outsourcing companies that are coming in. And to give us a background, to refresh our memory of what we have been doing concerning outsourcing. It's a very serious case that we have to look at. You don't know how important this sector is, because it's going to help us navigate the economic volatility we're talking about. You are not all in all. You are not sufficient in all things. You are not capable in all things. So you must outsource. How to outsource certain tasks.
In a world where opportunities and talents dance in harmony, there exists a bridge that connects them seamlessly. Meet Strategic Outsourcing Limited, your partner in strategic outsourcing. Who we? We are not just an outsourcing firm, we're an architect of opportunity. SOL is your premier employment agency and HR solutions provider, transforming the world of work, one connection at a time. Our services are managed staff services. Empower your organization by outsourcing staffing needs. Let SOL streamline your processes and boost efficiency. Recruitment services. Save time and resources with our expert team guiding you to the perfect candidates for our temporary staff services. Flexibility is key. SOL adapts to your short-term or seasonal demands. Payroll management services. Efficiency is our forte. Ensure accurate and timely payroll processes with SOL. Corporate regulatory services. Navigate the complex world of regulations effortlessly with SOL by your side. But we are not just about services. We're about empowering dreams. Our mission: empower our youth for a promising start in life. Our vision: be the place where dreams transform into reality. Our core values: empathy, honesty, and respect. With offices in 11 cities across Nigeria, including Lagos, Abuja, Jos, Kaduna, Sokoto, Kano, Ibadan, Asaba, Owerri, Benin, and Port Harcourt. Our corporate policy statement is the backbone of our commitment to excellence. We provide quality personnel that exceed expectations. Embrace technology for service delivery and competitiveness. Attract, train, and retain personnel fit for assigned roles. Comply with regulations and internal policy. Implement and continuously improve our quality management system. By being a proud member of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria, Human Capital Providers Association of Nigeria, and the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, SOL remains at the forefront of industry policies and developments. Membership in these associations signifies our dedication to professionalism, ethical practices, and continuous improvement. Join us on this transformative journey. Empower your dreams with SOL.
This one is religious problem. Protesting. If you see, why I'm bringing this is for us to reflect and discover that what you have in Nigeria is also in other countries of the world. And talking of Nigeria, I need not tell us how much or how many protests we have had. And all of these are coming up because of certain problems that are on ground. And I want us to reflect briefly what actually is economic volatility. What are the crises? Why are people protesting? Why are we looking for money? Why is there unemployment? And so many things you and I can talk about in the country. And I want to see here, to take us through briefly, the causes of restiveness. Number one is education. We are looking at economic volatility. We are looking at economic crisis. We are looking at factors, issues that are causing unrest in our country. And these are the areas we must navigate. But we cannot navigate effectively if we do not know even the problems. Some of us feel we know the problems. Oh, I look for a job, I can't get a job. I look for money, I cannot get money, and so on and so forth. But let's reflect so that we begin to put our minds together now briefly, how we can navigate these systems and be able to provide solutions using outsourcing strategies to get through this place. And here we have low education. Education, you and I will know today that the standard has actually fallen. The time I went to school in the 60s, I came up to a school, a primary school. That time, I came from a village. We didn't know anything about nursery school. We went straight to primary school. And there, they will teach you arithmetic. They will give you multiplication table to say 2 times 2 is 4. 1 times today. Graduates do not know, some graduates, let me not say all, do not know multiplication table. I was shocked. I was in my wife's office one day and they were doing a staff appraisal. Sorry to say, find out what it is. But it's like the government has to come closer to the people who elected them to those offices. We went through and we saw this, that there's still a gap. Access to natural resources is still there. Gender inequality, 300 naira is in thousands. These statistics that between April, this one was between April 2023 and April this year. Now, as I speak to you, it's not the case. So if you are using these figures, you'll be wrong now. My wife told me recently, she asked me, how much do you think is a tuber of yam now? I didn't know what to say. A tuber of yam, you could get long time ago, 1-2 years ago, for 300 naira, 200 naira, even 100 naira. A tuber of yam now, at measurement, is about 7,000 naira. You can imagine what we are talking about. So if you are getting a salary of 2,000 naira a month, how can you eat? How can you eat? And what this will result to is the fact that people will begin to devise ways of making money. In this way, corruption increases. Bandits will increase. Quick money will increase. Any device that will give them money will increase. Let's go forward. Next slide, please. Another case is in this economic volatility is the petroleum price. You and I, we know what we're saying. This is not strange to all of us, but it's for us to reflect this way and know where we are going and what to do. Petrol used to be at how much before? Now, for you to get, even from NNPC, which is the lowest place, the place you can get the lowest price, is between 6 or 500 and something and 650. Out there in the private stations, up to 900 per liter. So if you are moving from Lagos Island to the mainland, you have to cut your coat, how they say it. You have to go down to your budget and know whether it's expedient for you to move at all or not. It's a case, and it's affecting all other sectors. We have inadequate infrastructure. This year's budget is 1.32 altogether billion. It's below the World Bank's recommendation of 70% dedicated to infrastructure. We still need to step up because Infrastructure must be on ground for us to do all the things we need to do. We have imbalance here of revenue. Now, the imbalance between what you generate and what the budget execution will be. Beautiful budget you have given, and the interest rates. A finance company, you walk to a finance company today, they will tell you to give, you want to take a facility. A facility now will go for about 48% of whatever you are taking. Call it about 50%. And if you are taking a facility to boost your business, and you are paying about 48% into your business, it's an area we have to still look at, seriously. Both the government and the private sector together. It's an issue. Can we go forward? We have harsh environment. From all of the things we are talking about, you will agree with me. We have external issues too. Wars are going on in various places. We talk of Ukraine and other countries. They are also having a factor, having influence, having effect upon the country called Nigeria. Nigeria is known in the whole world. Those of us, many of us who have traveled out, you will discover that if anywhere, any airport you enter, and you say you are in Nigeria. But in another way, we have a weight. Nigeria has a big weight out there. I've seen it all over. And what we need to do is to convert. We should not be found in criminality out there. We should not be known for criminality. We should be known for what is good. So whatever is going on out there influences what is going on in the country. The foreign exchange is an issue here. I want to tell you briefly an experience I had recently. Our last child, our son, PhD in architecture. This is his final year. Around April this year, we paid his school fees. It's not a scholarship. And his school fees remain about £8,000. That £8,000, the university told him and wrote him that if he will not pay within a particular time, 1 or 2 few weeks, that they will terminate his studentship and they will deport him. Later, we wrote the school that we were going to send the money to them, but the exchange rate was skyrocketing so much. And they told us it's not their business. Whatever is the exchange rate is our business. And within 1.5 weeks, we had to cover out £8,000. When we converted it, it was 16.8 million. Yeah, 16.8 million. That must be given out within 1 or 2 weeks. And we did that, and that was how we stopped the deportation of our child. If not, the millions we spent for the 2.5 years, they will not refund it. And that was a calamity. And I tell you, those of us who are in business, this is education. How much do you pay to import some things now? How much do you pay to export? It's an issue. At times when you look at some of these factors, you feel like crying. But again, we can't keep crying, but we have to sit back and think and find a way out. That is why we are here today. And that is what we should always do. Unemployment we have talked about. The IT aberration, what we are talking about here is where our youth, 60% of our youth in this country, and many of them are engaged in IT aberration. What do I mean? The IT aberration has to do with where they will use the computer to play game of fraud. We want to be rich overnight. Many of our youth are not ready to work, have a constructive engagement in employment to do something. Nigerians are very intelligent, very, very intelligent, extremely intelligent, geniuses. But instead of converting that kind of knowledge to positive thinking, many of our youth have converted that knowledge to how to get rich quick. And that they use computer to do. That is why I tagged it IT aberration. IT aberration is a case now. Now they have stepped it up to bringing diabolism into the whole game. I don't know how they do it, and I don't want to know. But it's going on. You see a 15-year-old boy in billions of naira, millions of naira, living big, big houses, big cars, name them. Ask him, how did you get this money? He cannot explain. Some of them will hide to tell you what they do. And unfortunately, some parents are aware of this. And they don't caution their children because they also want to belong. I cannot tell you, I will not continue to be poor. Yes, you will not continue to be poor, but there are genuine ways to become rich. And you can sleep and wake up and nothing happens. It's a case we must look at. And that is bringing brain drain here. Many intelligent Nigerians are moving out. In the medical field, in the various fields, all professions, they are lacking. Why? Because some people are afraid of the crisis we are talking about. Some will tell you, well, I'm not well paid. Some will tell you, okay, the money they are paying me, they are even owing me. So I cannot continue. And they go away. We are losing a lot of brains. As intelligent as we are, we are losing a lot of brains. If a Nigerian stands to tell you one or two things, you'll be amazed. You would definitely be amazed. We must do something about this. And insecurity is what we have talked about. Let me see another slide. Now let's come to the area proper of, with all of this crisis, what will you and I do to curb this? This matter is not only the government, though. Let's not set our eyes on government alone. It's for you and I. The government is you and I. We must devise ways. We must make statements to government that will help government to do what they have to do. We must do it also ourselves. We must go back to ourselves to ask questions. What I'm doing, what is the profit? How am I helpful to my society? What am I supposed to do to help the society better? This is where we are. So a first step we must do is to reverse all that we have talked about. Thank you. I know my time is up. Thank you very much. Reverse all the crises we have talked about. Time will not allow us to go into the devices of each of them and how the ways are made from all of them. But one thing I will tell us is that in the case of remedy, one remedy is knowledge. Let's not shy away from it. We've talked of education. Education is key. Knowledge is driving the economy of the whole world. And if knowledge is driving the economy of the whole world, we must embrace it. I went into a research. I went through minimum of about 15 countries. And I came up with these findings, including Nigeria. Knowledge, people with knowledge of businesses, only about 20% of people have the knowledge of really what they are doing. 80%, they just jump into the business without having the proper knowledge of what they want to do. The same thing applies to decision making. Decision making is key in any business you do. And if you cannot decide well, it will affect your outcome. Give me another slide. This represents all I'm saying. It's as a result of the survey research I did to about 15 and over 15 countries. And you discover that with knowledge not being there, people therefore take action before thinking. About 80% on the average, people take action before they think, instead of thinking before they act. And that is affecting a lot of organizations. You must sit down, have a think tank, and be able to put ideas together before you launch out. And decisions that are selfless, that will not be selfish, both in government and in organizations. I discovered also that just about 20% of people are selfless in their decisions. And what can remedy this? It is the philosophy I call creative destruction. It's a political economy philosophy. All the people of the left, Marxism and Karl Marx, them, Stalin, Joseph Schumpeter, and many of them in the left, they came up with this political theory of creative destruction. What that means is that you cannot use what decision you made yesterday to operate today. And you cannot use today to operate tomorrow. You must kill yesterday and come up with good today and come up with better tomorrow. That is creative destruction. So whatever made you to survive last year, don't use it all. Sit back, think, brainstorm, put ideas together, and you will discover that that will not be sufficient for today. And it will help you to make good decisions to move forward. We must employ that in our organizations. We must employ that in outsourcing. The way you approach that area of competence to various organizations you are working for, last year or even last month, don't apply it today. Sit back. There must be something because the world is dynamic. Another thing we must do here is logistics. Logistics principles cover so much in the whole world and in all businesses. Logistics is everything that you do. Your movement to the office is logistics. Your movement from table to table is logistics. The time it takes you to do one thing or the other in the office is logistics. I call it logistics is life. We must imbibe that and begin to look at what we are doing, how time sensitive it is, and how best we can do within the shortest time. We must improve remuneration to our contract staff, the third-party vendors, where we are today. We must improve how much we pay them. We used to say this in training parlance, that if you pay peanut, you get monkeys. If you pay peanut, you will not get the best from your staff. But I know that there are some members of staff who do well and they want more, but reward them adequately, and you will get there. The other thing we must do in this outsourcing group is legislation. I discovered that you don't have a regulatory group. If you don't have regulation, if you do a body, you don't have a legislation that will govern your activities. Even the government can floor you. Other bodies can floor you. But you must have something to hold, that if somebody comes to you and says, you must do this, you quote it and tell him this is what the law says. And it's approved, passed through the parliament, and you can hold that. I believe, I want to challenge this group of outsourcing group, that you must get together and bring out something to present to government to give you a regulatory document that you must work with. It will help your business a lot. I regulated the Korean logistics industry for 16 years on behalf of the federal government. And one of the things we pushed through, and they are still pushing through, is this area. It will surprise you to know that in logistics and Korea industry, Nigeria, even the postal industry as a whole, Nigeria is one of the very few countries that has no regulatory group in the whole world. Let it not happen in a resource group, in an outsourcing group. I challenge you to put your hearts together and get something on ground. Another thing we must do is I know there are 3 pillars in outsourcing. The company outsourcing and the third-party vendors. We also have the advisors. We must beef up the advisors to be able, since we don't have legislation so far now, we must beef up the advisors, the lawyers, who will put your agreements together between the company that is outsourcing and the company that is taking the job from the company. Because we have crisis in that place. Arguments on what to pay and what not to pay, and so on. So we also have to beef up infrastructure, electricity, communication. Let's go on. The next slide, please. The next slide. The next slide. The next slide. Okay. Let's do something to the vendors. They are third-party vendors. Let's begin to look at the people who are using, the staff that you are using. Look at their allowance. Look at how to encourage them and move them from exploitation, because they will begin to do shortcuts and get you messed up. Then automate our businesses, automate our activities. Then finance and entrepreneurship has to do with the banks, for instance. The banks must get up to begin to help organizations. And the issue of security we have talked about. Please give me the last one. Emma? Are you there? Fine. So please, I want to end with this as a challenge and as a slogan to all of us. You stand up with me and let us say this together, putting all we have said together, that in the crisis bedeviling us, we must go into ourselves and begin to think of what to do. 2, we must unite in our thinking. We must be forward-looking in our thinking. It is in this way we can even confront the government to do something here as we look inwards to whatever we are doing here. So, see something. This is my slogan I'll end with. See something. Say something. It's a security jargon. See something. Say something. Do nothing. Nothing happens. Do something. Something will happen. The last one, can we stand up while I end my speech? Just seconds. If we believe that something can come out of our sourcing group, we will say this slogan, I'll say it, you will say it after me 2 times. Sorry to take your time. I'm challenging us and trying to inspire us to something that we must do. The past is past. Tomorrow is what we're looking for. Therefore, my slogan is, yesterday is history. Today is our concern. Tomorrow is our goal. We'll say it 2 times and I'll sit down. Yesterday is history. Just say it after me. Yesterday is history. Today is our concern. Tomorrow is our goal. Together we'll fight and win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very insightful session. I mean, how would you know we have a professor in our midst? I'm sure a lot of us took notes. I could see us writing, and I'm sure our notes are full. Please let us know if you would need another writing pad to be able to take in all of the information you've gotten today. I can see that the room is really full from when we started. The room is full to capacity, and this is amazing to see. In a world where you could have been anything, you decided to be professionals, outsourcing professionals, providing innovative solution and outsourcing. And in a world where you could be anywhere, you decided to beat Lagos traffic, you decided to beat all of the odds to be in this room, to widen your knowledge and broaden your horizon. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for yourselves. You are indeed the real MVP. MVPs do not clap like this. A round of applause for yourselves. Change is the only constant thing, and that's why we'll be having distinguished men and women to speak to us and make us see how we can rethink the outsourcing business model in Nigeria. We have a moderator for this session. We have Folake Ogumekon, who is the managing consultant of Street Set Services Limited. A round of applause as she comes to the podium. Members of the panel will be having very interesting conversations with people who have real knowledge on what we'll be talking about today. We have Omo Odike, the Managing Director and CEO of Uconnect Human Resources Limited. A round of applause, please. If you take a look at the program, we have Dr. Akeem Olaniyo, who will be representing the CEO of Strategic Outsourcing Limited. He's the GM of Strategic Outsourcing Limited, and he'll also be on the panel. A round of applause for him. Why did we stop clapping? Please keep the applauses up. We'll be having interesting conversations, and we have people to lead the panel. It's an interesting lineup, and we have 3 women here, women doing great things, I see. We'll also have a man to join them, and we'll be having interesting conversations. So ladies and gentlemen, once more, flip open the pages of your notepad, hold your pen. It's about to be a very exciting and engaging time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uche. Good morning, everyone. And we've been talking about navigating economic volatility. Thank you very much, Professor. You've actually set the stage for the discussion we're having today. For this panel, we're going to be talking about rethinking the outsourcing business model in our country's VUCA economy. And I have a distinguished panel here with me, Mrs. Omo Odike, Oke Egbe, and Dr. Akeem Olaniyo. So talking about adapting and innovating outsourcing business in the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous economy that we have today, we can't but not talk about the issues, just like Prof had mentioned, that we're dealing with, that we're facing as a business. And if we don't address these issues, that means we're just sitting back and waiting for the worst. So we have these people here who are experts in this field. They'll be, sharing with us insights and strategies on how to not only survive but thrive in this difficult economy that we find ourselves. I mean, Prof has said a lot. Right now we're dealing with so many things: high interest rates. He said insecurity, the effects, foreign exchange instability, and so many other things. Costs of doing business. I don't know if any of us have not experienced that here. High cost of doing business. The inflation is increasing. There's so many things that are just frustrating the outsourcing business in Nigeria. So I think I'll start with I'll start with Mrs. Omo Odike. So the first question is going to go to you, Mrs. Odike. So considering this rapid changing and unpredictable situation we find ourselves in our economy, how do you think regulatory frameworks can be adjusted to support the growth that we desire and the evolution of our business as outsourcing business, the models that we've developed for ourselves? So what do you think can be done with respect to that? Also thinking about maintaining compliance and looking at local interests as well. So let's hear from you.
Okay, good afternoon, or it's good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Aopn for giving us the opportunity to speak today and to be part of the association. I also would like to thank the organizing committee for putting together such a wonderful conference, which is very timely, and we're hoping that we'll all be able to share our knowledge and at least improve our businesses. We're all in the sector to thrive and not just to be seen. So just as you've mentioned, we are actually in a VUCA economy. I mean, everything is going upside down. I don't think inflation rates as high as 33.8%. With even the CBN rate, I think that's the latest addition to the bag of all the woes that we've been facing. We now have 26%, going to 28% even in some banks, if you want to take any loans. I mean, how can people thrive with such two-digit figures going into 30%? We also have inflation rates that are crazy. Unemployment rates is at record high. We have people just moving around, and you can see what is happening. The insecurity levels are... To answer your question, you're talking about the regulatory framework that actually supports our businesses. I think one of the major things, and I think what Aopn has also been trying to achieve, is to give a voice to the outsourcing bodies, to the outsourcing businesses too. And I think we are still a lot behind in terms of what we've been able to achieve. And I think that's peculiar with our governance. I mean, the regulatory bodies, our legislations, and everything we know concerning, I mean, that governs us as a people in Nigeria. But regardless of that, we can also, at least we can start putting together ideas to support the improvement of our regulatory framework. And one of it is, for example, during the COVID-19, we saw what happened. That was a force majeure. You can never plan for it. It was a pandemic. Nobody suspected it. However, if we had provisions within our regulatory framework that would provide for such eventualities in terms of maybe some kind of initiative, some kind of support to businesses as well as employees, I don't think we would have had it as hard, as far as we had it. So a lot of outsourcing companies, as I know, had to downsize. A couple of companies did not downsize. And what did they do differently must be the case. But that's a private sector driven initiative. But looking at it from the regulatory point of view, we'll be looking at having a more dynamic framework, a framework that is agile, a framework that's at least once, when something like this happens, whether economic crisis, whether it's a pandemic, whatever it is that actually shakes the roots of the foundation of the economy, then the framework should be able to address these issues. So we need to have agile policies. We need to have a framework that we can actually, edit, update, and as we go along. And one of the other initiatives that we can actually also have is stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement, who are the stakeholders in outsourcing business? We're talking about the vendors. We talk about the buyers who are our clients. We talk about the government agencies. So we need all stakeholders to be able to come up with strategic solutions, ideas, policies, anything that would actually support and reduce the effect of these economic crises. So if we have such ongoing discussions, I don't think we would have so much issues with regards to the outsourcing sector. The outsourcing sector will be attractive. Another issue that we can look at is incentives. I'm sure incentives from the government. And what am I talking about? Tax incentives, grants. It was interesting to note that it's only Nigeria that didn't have any incentives in terms of tax incentives or tax reductions or even tax elimination completely when we had the COVID-19. If all the outsourcing company can testify to this, you notice something. Most of us were working remotely. When we came back, for our own company, we worked up for almost a whole year plus at home. Nobody came to drop off all the letter demand notice for 2022 to 2023, 2024. They keep repeating the years as if the taxes would never end. But we didn't get any of those letters. What we saw was there was absence, there was no information, there was nothing. And everybody was happy, thinking that, we will not get any of this part. But of course, when everything came to normal, they packed the year of 2022, they packed the year 2021, added everything, even went backwards. And so you see, the government is not sensitive at all to any of these policies, any of these crises. And we need to ensure that they are inside the regulatory framework. There's a provision that provides that if we have XYZ affecting the economy, then there's something must give way. In countries like in America, you saw all the tax reforms that they did during that period. The government was actually supporting businesses with huge amounts of money, but we never got any of those things. So it's something that I think that the framework should be able to take up. And I think for the last thing I can contribute so that the other parties can speak is training. Training, promoting training, government promoting training. I think Professor talked about education. We have this major gap, who is represented here today, must attest to the fact that if you get 1,000 recruitment from a financial or a bank right now, you can't fulfill those roles. You can't fill them. You don't have people. Even the ones you have are inadequate. Then even the ones who are adequate are just far in between and being shared amongst all of us. So there must be a constant review, education, training, promoting whether vocational, whether formal trainings, to upskill these people to the jobs of the century, which is the 2024 jobs, which we all know is gearing towards skilled jobs, tech jobs, and all the jobs that that are new and innovative. But we need somebody that's really engaging in this sector. And of course, we need the government and even private sector to come together to ensure that these things actually happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Omo. That's really profound. She's mentioned creating agile framework, regulatory framework. I hope the regulators here are listening to us, and I'm sure she's representing all other providers of outsourcing services here. She's also mentioned agile policies, having agile policies in place, and also stakeholders' engagement, to come up with strategic solutions to take us out of where we are now to the place we want to be. She's talked about incentives, and I hear you so much about the tax issues. I really hear you. We need the support of government with respect to this to help us to navigate this volatile economy seamlessly. And then, of course, she mentioned training, promoting vocational training and also the formal training. It's also key to us. And collaboration, we cannot overestimate that as well. We can't do this on our own, so that collaboration is really important. Now, talking about challenges and the adaptations that we require, I'm going to be speaking to the only gentleman around us here, Dr. Akeem Olaniyan. So if you could tell us, please, Dr. Olaniyan, in the face of the uncertainty that we experience in Nigeria now, the harsh economic conditions, what are the specific challenges that you think you've encountered as a service provider, outsourcing service provider? And how have you, overcome these challenges?
All right, thank you very much. Prof, by the way, that was a very wonderful paper. At the personal level, I would like to have a copy before I leave. I know the association itself might make arrangements to send to all of us. That was very well done. And if I were to summarize what Prof presented to all of us this morning, I'll pick maybe 3 things. We have a Nigeria that is highly volatile, high level of restlessness, high level of opportunity. Potential is there. All of them driven, of course, by our large youth population. So that's what we have. Now, if you have all that mixed together, you have something that is in constant movement. That's what we have. Now, marry that with what is happening in the rest of the world, you have digital disruption, which has affected every single thing, play, work, everything. So, like the first speaker said, mentioned, this is critical, and that's what we're experiencing everywhere, and I'm sure all of us will have that as well. If any bank comes to you, they're looking for 1,000 people, you struggle to fulfill. Why is that? The young folks who are out there are so restless that I do not think that they have the patience and the discipline for them to take the kind of roles that are available. They would like to sit at home, press their phones, work on the laptop, make money. And some of them are already doing that, by the way. To be honest, there are people who work from home and they're making cool money. Some of them are in US dollars. Very available. And increasingly it's going to be permit me to say. So, when you have that as an industry, what do? I don't have all the answers, but I'm thinking in my head, in the Nigerian economy in 1920, how many of them is any one of us, any one of our companies serving? Maybe 9, maybe 10. I don't think anybody's serving everywhere, everything. So, those jobs that the youth of this nation are looking for, Have we started to look at them and see the potentials in those kinds of jobs? Are customer service jobs going to be more interesting? Can we position ourselves as an industry for us to begin to go into those sectors and then make more money? Can we, for example, begin to take these youths? Yes, they want to work from home. Yes, do we have the infrastructure? India grew on the back of providing those kinds of services. Is Nigeria ready? Is our industry ready for us to be able to do that? There's a new initiative in Nigeria, for example. Banks are going to grow because now there's a new capital requirement, 500 billion. What will happen is that a lot of the banks will make it because there's a lot of money flowing around. People are going to come buy into the banks. Ultimately, the banks are going to grow bigger, and that means more expansion, more branches, for example. So what are we doing to prepare the youth who are disinterested in those kinds of roles for us to key in? If we are waiting for government to educate them, Prof already showed by those statistics that that's not going to happen. What we have had over the long 20 years plus is a decline. It's going to continue, sorry. So, if the youth of today that we have already are disinterested in the kinds of jobs that we have available, they're interested in working from home, from their phones, from their laptops. How positioned are we for us to take these youths, maybe begin to create training programs for them as an industry? How can we as an industry become an advocacy group and provide the kind of infrastructure that will allow these youths to learn the kind of skills that is, making those jobs available? The entertainment and entertainment industry on its own is going to, I see in the next 10 years, maybe it will be in the top 5 of the contributions to GDP. But as an industry, are we even looking in that direction? Who is looking in that direction? Individuals, entrepreneurs, the music creators, the studio owners are making a killing by making money, not even thinking about those kinds of things. So there's a shift that we are not following as fast enough as I think that we should be following fast enough. So I would say that this kind of forum should be for us to rethink, for us to start the conversations, for us to maybe engage ourselves and then mobilize, engage with government. We have a voice. We can go to government and say, God, these are what we need. Provide infrastructure. Our youth, it's not everybody that want to leave the country, by the way. People like Nigeria, but they like a particular kind of job. Can we make the environment conducive for them to be able to do that work in the volume in which it will contribute net to the overall development of the country? So it's a conversation. The answers are not here completely, but we can start to talk about those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alaniyo. I mean, what you said collaborates what Prof said earlier and what Mrs. Omo said. So you've talked about digital disruption. People are talking about AI is soon going to replace humans. And where would that leave us? Is this assertion 100% correct or 10% correct, 50% correct? But the thing is that AI is here to stay, and so we need to adapt to this. You had mentioned the fact for us to shift in our thinking, in our mindset, in our way of doing business, in our, in developing new business models. You spoke about the young people staying at home, not wanting to come to work and earning so much money. I don't know how many of us would want to hire somebody that comes in for an interview with the person has the skills that you're looking for. Probably the person has the most skills that you're looking for that particular role. But that's what the world is come to now. So it's all about the outcome we want to achieve, in our business. Even though, the outlook also is very important. Now, you've talked about being prepared for growth, actually in the banks industry with the capitalization going up and all of that. That's very important. That's very key, and that's something to know about. And going back to collaboration now, all of this, we need, even as providers, we need to collaborate. We need to work together to ensure that we're able to meet each other in all that we have to do to create that sustainability that we desire in in our industry. So talking about innovation, we've said so much about innovation. I mean, every speaker here, I've said so much about innovation in our business model. So I'm going to be asking, okay, now, about the innovation. Okay, so given all that we've said that is happening in the economy today, okay, how can outsourcing firms innovate their business models to offer greater value, okay, and flexibility to their clients? You know, what are the practical steps that you think we can stay competitive, you know, and respond to all our clients' needs?
All right, thank you so much. And very, very interesting conversation. I think I'm going to be speaking from the perspective of someone or a business that works with a lot of outsourcing companies and employers of large number of employees. And there's two main places I will talk from. One is innovating for the clients that you serve, and the second one is innovating for the employees that work with your business. And over time, we've worked with companies that outsource services or people to other companies, and one of the things are a business. And because outsourcing companies are also dependent on other companies to, you know, pay on your invoices and pay them on time, sometimes there's a gap and it can affect your business operations as well. But the companies that you work for too, they are also going through this volatile economy. They also have processes. So I think that's one place that innovation can come in. And we've worked with a couple of companies, both here and in East Africa, who have started to manage their payroll in a better way with innovative products. So if your employer, for example, or your business partner is delaying on invoices, does that trickle down to your business? Do your employee salaries get delayed too? Or do you have innovative products and partners that you work with such that, you know, you can give your business partners that flexibility to pay their invoices, but it doesn't affect your business operations, so you are not exposed business-wise. So that's on one part, like just that ability to manage your cash flow effectively such that your partners stay happy, your partners are not churning, but it also does not negatively affect your business. And I'll be talking more on that shortly. But then even from the employee side, and I was very excited, sir, when you were talking about how do we, you know, build businesses that attract the talents, the kind of talents that we're seeing now, and then keep them happy. And it goes beyond salaries. It's the whole base, your salary. Your contracts are fixed. You might not be able to increase your employee salary from 150K to 350, is shaken. But you can offer them access to a suite, to a platform where they can get products either free of charge or at a very, very subsidized rate. Products that will make their lives better, like insurance, like credit, like asset finance. And what that does, I think, is it gives you competitiveness, because that employee now has to think when they want to churn, because in our work with employers, we've seen employees leave company A for company B because company B offered them 5,000 naira more than they were earning on their previous salary, 5,000 naira. And that employer now has to deal with the cost of hiring to replace. But with companies that we're working with, we're saying that because the benefit suite is big, the employee will now say, wait, in this company, if I want a loan, I can get a loan. If I want insurance, my children can get health care. And you know, when I combine all of these things together, that company B is not going to give it to me. So that's how, with that benefit suite, it then goes beyond the salary you're paying for them, because the employee is going to lose a lot more when they leave your company for the next company. So these are some of the things in this area. Breeze by Seamless HR, which is right behind, both on the payroll financing to keep your cash flow steady, and on the benefit suites, right, to keep your employees happy and to give you an advantage over other employers. And I believe if we start to make our businesses more attractive and employees can see what they will get from you beyond the paycheck, it keeps them stickier and it helps you build a more sustainable business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, okay? Thank you so much. Talking about innovation, you mentioned managing cash flow. We know how important cash flow is. No cash flow, no business. How do we run a business without cash flow? And I've heard of a number of companies that have folded up because of this. And this is something that is really rampant now because of the economic situation. And people just cannot help it. You know, exchange, maybe when they started business. So how are they able to manage this? Maybe they got credit at a certain percentage, and now it's gone, you know, it's gone higher. And then so that's very important. You also mentioned being able to manage payroll, and beyond even the paycheck, providing other incentives for the staff to benefit from the access, you know, having access to credit and asset financing and all of that. So these are innovations that we can also deploy to our organization. You also mentioned the fact that looking beyond the fact that good talent is scarce, just like Dr. Lani has said. You mentioned the need to retain even the ones that we have. You know, that's very, very important. You know, we know how difficult. Also, Oma also mentioned the fact that it's very difficult to get good talent now. So, well, when you have the talent, you know, we need to continue to come up with innovations to retain our talent to help us thrive in our business. Thank you so much. I'll be asking Oma the next question. Now, talking about risk management now. I want us to share with us, you know, what you think is the best practice that we can adopt to enhance resilience. How can we be resilient in the face of this VUCA economy as a business, and also with our with our building and so those are issues. So talking about risk, how do we manage the risk in our business to help us remain sustainable?
Okay, I would use my company as an example. I mean, make it more practical. Anybody now running any company, doesn't even have to be the outsourcing sector, who is not de-risking their business on an ongoing basis is heading for doom. And that's the truth. I have seen some outsourced companies that actually started at the same time when we started, or even after. Some of them did not make it after the COVID-19 for several reasons. I will go back to the cash flow thing that she mentioned before. Cash flow, outsourcing and cash flow are hand in hand. If you cannot keep money as such, your capital, you would have nothing to support your business. And sometimes people look at cash flow as for more for rainy days, not just for rainy day. If you are in the outsourcing business and you need to go big, then you will look at it for expansion. There are some projects that will come now, some outsourcing companies cannot take it because they don't have the money to move that business. So you must be able to keep enough capital for a business that will come that is maybe 4 or 5 times higher than anything that you are currently doing. That makes more good business sense. Then you look at another factor. Looking at what the economy is now. We see it's VUCA economy, we are all talking. I like to be practical in the sense that if you are running outsourcing about 5 years now, it may not be too relevant. But for of us who are now dinosaurs in the business, our company is 20 years this year. Some companies here are over 40, 30, and so on. We can't be on the same plate. The way we innovating, when I mean innovating, most of the roles that we are filling, even the ones my colleague here, we are filling, are mostly just, customer service, operational roles, tellers, or specialized skills. But right now, things are moving in a different direction. We need to diversify into other areas. We need to broaden our services to clients. We need to start thinking, instead of the brick and mortar roles that we're filling before, which I just mentioned, we need to start looking at tech roles, digital marketing, data analytics. We need to start thinking about preparing ourselves to have those databases to be able to fulfill those roles, because those are the jobs of the future. And very soon, some of the roles that we're currently filling, and I'm sure some of us are already experiencing it, they no longer exist. So we need to carve a niche and start preparing ourselves for that role if we are not already doing that. Then also the fact that you don't have to, in outsourcing it's very easy to make so much money and lose everything in one day. Client monopoly, just having one client or several clients that are giving you 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In fact, I said to my people, we had our board meeting yesterday, I said, going forward, we need to start getting clients, for us as multinationals and international companies, we need to start having clients give us only 50, if it's possible. Just 50 around, I spread it around 20 people and get 100. So that when they decide to change their business model, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect the company. But I'm sure some of us have experienced this. You find out that you have 1,000, 2,000 in a particular industry, you are thriving, you are feeling very happy with yourself, and it goes with a huge percentage of your profit index. So we need to be very intelligent and very mindful and in diversification of our portfolios. So now portfolios, now we talk about also industries. We need to diversify into industries. You can't be working for only a finance company. And I'm sure those of us who are very old in the business will know that we all did not start in all industries all at the same time. Maybe finance, move to telco, move to FMCG, move to... we need to actively continue to diversify into industries because, example, we'll say, I do not want any outsourcing. CBN rules come. There's nothing you can do. That your business will fold. Because as big as it is, it folds even quickly. The business growth, you won't be able to sustain it. So it's very, very critical that we are mindful of this, even from the management team, even to the least person in the company. Then we also have risk. No, in risk, you have to identify the risk in your business. You also have to mitigate the risk. And of course, continuous ongoing management of that risk. So there are also other issues with regards to technology. Now is good. This is the best time for technology. This is the best time to have skilled. Scaling here, I'm talking HRMS, that is running your business, your email tools, your internet tools, everything. Ensure that you have them. And of course, some of us will see, even for us that we know that at least we have a sizable portfolio. Talk about the seamless HR that is beside me here. We've been struggling. However, it is very critical that we use those solutions. And there are two ways to it, I look at it. If you know you are just starting, I wouldn't expect you to carry a seamless HR, for example, because it's quite pricey. Homegrown solutions, until when you grow to a sizable number, then you can go into seamless HR or any other solution out there that will give you the benefits of what you're looking for. So we need to really be very, very, intentional in ensuring that we are de-risking our business every time on an ongoing an ongoing concern, and ensuring that we are mindful of the economy and we are on top of our game in everything that we do. And I don't know if I have more time, but I will still go back to COVID-19. Even in COVID-19, for those who didn't prepare so well, a lot of them had to do downsizing. We saw it coming. We put a lot of processes in place. We had even the remote work, everything, even in plan before the country, of course, the country shut down. So we did extremely well. And to surprise you to note that, and it's not a lie, my book speaks for it, we made more money on a COVID-19 year than any other year, relatively 3 years back, because we're prepared. And one of the things we did was a lot of strategy. You have to start thinking, start innovating. We started sending out a lot of emails to every client to say, oh, we do this, but it's online. Everything's online, online. We started, just using all the words to say we will do it in online process, we'll do online recruitment, we'll do, everything online. And guess what? People were writing us back and saying, I want your service. Would you believe that you'll contact you to do verification and background service online? I mean, things were changing because we prepared our business. So for me, it's not even talking about VOCA's economy. VOCA economy is there. Economy is always bad if you look at it. I don't even know any time that economy has not been bad in the past 10 years. I am tired of it. For me, make money when you can. In every problem, there's always an opportunity. Look for those opportunities and you rise above it and put processes in place. And I'm sure you'll be able to get it done.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Odike, thank you so much. That's really profound. And congrats on your 20th anniversary. You've done very well. Congratulations. So you've talked about the need to retain earnings. So back to cash flow, manage your cash flow, you retain your earnings so that you can expand your business is very important. You talked about, thinking about the job of the future. many jobs that we have now some have gone into extinct. New jobs will be created based on the digital world that we are now. So that's very key. Then you talk about client monopoly, which I would call,
because it was a security guards association, and they said because our security guards, if you give them credits or finance products, between when they take it and when they get home, things will happen. They can just branch one place and just drink or something, but it doesn't get home with them. And the very next day, they still have the same problem that they had. And what they wanted us to do was to build a custom solution. They were like, we want the money to get home. We know they need salary advance. We know they need credit, but we need it to get home with them. So instead of giving them the money, we need you to build a product for us where they get food packages. So you come, you apply for salary advance, or you need it to buy food in your house, that's fine. But you are getting the food package. So they had the custom list of what homes will need to survive every month. And that's very custom and very tailored for that particular industry. And I think my own point of view is it's very powerful to have an association because it's like-minded people with similar problems in one place. And if you have bodies, private bodies, who are trying to solve a problem in a sustainable manner, those are the people that you co-build with, and you get like things that work for you. It might not work for banking, it might not work for other, but it will work for Aopn. So I think that's my suggestion, like approaching it as a group and leveraging the shared pain points to work with private organizations to build solutions specifically for this industry. And that's what I'm here to do. So please, if this is something that is you're interested in, I'd be happy to work with the association.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Lani, one word from you.
All right, thank you very much. So let me take something that Oke mentioned, and the fact that as an industry, as an association on our own, we got to, organize ourselves, basically. Unless you do that, unless you have a story to tell, unless you control your narrative, it is very difficult for you to mobilize the entire stakeholder environment, right? So I'll give an example. During COVID, the pharmaceutical industry was so powerful. They knew what they wanted. Science was untested. There was no data to say that the vaccines were safe. Yet they got approval across the entire world, including Nigeria, for us to take. Now, with the benefit of data and better testing, we're seeing that those vaccines were not actually safe for everybody to take. So, but that's the point. The point is that the industry was well organized. They were very well funded. They were very great in advocacy, and they got the approvals. So I would say for us as an industry, organize ourselves, get the points together. We have started the conversation here, take it forward, and then call a stakeholder meeting, for example, and then we go to government. Now, I'll tell you one thing as I close. I work for a bank, and the bank had an interest in the youth. And because the bank was very strong in the use of technology, said what? They went across all universities, beginning with within Lagos, and the bank was donating what they called ICT centers. And so what I'm saying is that there are organizations that are like-minded, that are concerned about what is happening with the youth element in this country. Can we collaborate on that level? But as an industry, we've got to organize ourselves, mobilize our thoughts together, mobilize the entire stakeholder for our industry, and then engage with government. I'm sure we're going to get support. All we want is for us to be able to harness the entire youth element who are restless, who want to do something on their phones, on their laptops at home and make money. There should be some kind of training that we can organize to make them ready for the kinds of jobs that are coming to the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lanio. So we'll send this back to Aopn to help us to put together a structure where we can collaborate. You've talked about organizing ourselves as well, and that makes advocacy easier. Actually, dealing with government or regulatory body in Nigeria is not a walk in the park, but we go as a body, it will be much easier for all of us. Thank you so much, our distinguished panel. But I'm not releasing you yet. I'm going to take one or two questions from the audience for our speakers here before we leave. If you have any question, you can just please show your hand so we can hand the mic over to you. So we're talking about rethinking. All right, sir. Dr. Obiara has his hand up. Who has the mic, please? So we're talking about rethinking our outsourcing business model in this Nigeria's VUCA economy. Question or comment?
Comment, please.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to thank the professor for the keynote. And the panel has been fantastic. Education, like he mentioned, is very critical. Because all the panelists, everything they have said also comes back to the same thing. Having the right people. If you interview 1,000 people and you find 100, go and do Thanksgiving in Nigeria. That's the truth. There are things that my company have done recently which could also help Aopn and other associations. We signed an MOU with a university. Started a course in logistics and supply chain management. I have 11 professors of that university registered on that course. In fact, the students are few, the rest are entrepreneurs. Of 11 professors and about 16 doctors. Now, it's no longer about attacking only the students. It's only attacking those who prepare them to come out without. So Aopn can also be thinking about getting to universities, signing on, and then helping to build both the capacity of those who are teaching the students and the students themselves. That will help. That will help. Because if we can do something about education, I think we'll solve a lot of the problems that we think that we have right now. Then, finally, cash flow. Cash flow. What Omar said about being prepared for COVID was the experience I had too. So, which is a very, very good one. We made more money during COVID because we are thinking about online learning before COVID came, and it worked for us. Cash flow is critical. I just mentioned what one author said, and I dropped the microphone. He said that revenue is vanity, that profit is sanity, and that cash is reality. If any businessman understands those three things, I think he will not have any problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any more questions or comments before we round up the session? There's a lady behind you. Do you have a lady behind you? Okay. So we're running our outsourcing business here. Who wants to share about the pain points, the challenges that you face? I mean, we have experts here that can answer some of your questions. So there's a time for us to ask the questions that we have, running in our minds, begging for solutions. Okay, in the absence of that, there's side. There's a hand up. Who has the mic, please? Please tell us your name before you ask your questions and where you're representing. I can see it's Excel Logistics.
Yes. Is it morning or afternoon? Let me check my time first. Okay. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for all the wonderful presentation. My name is John Kopkun, GM Operations, Outsourcing, Excel. Now, the question I want to ask is pertaining on healthy competition. Because what we have is can be tantamount to self-destruction. Because if we have an association and there is an unhealthy competition within the association, eventually the resultant effect is going to amount to self-destruction. Because over time, I try to reason what is happening within the outsourcing industry is like we are running a modern-day slave camp where those that patronizes our business use us to get cheap labor for their own end product. And at the end of the day, we are left with the anger of the people we outsource to those industries, companies, and associations that come to patronize our businesses. What is this association doing to ensure that you don't slide the other company because you want to get the patronage? Something has to be done. If we are not going to be firm like what the lawyers, the doctors, and the accountants are doing in the association, that there are rules and regulations that you dare not breach. If you breach, there's a sanction that comes to you. Then at the end of the day, we will have ourselves to blame. Because when we look across the globe, what is happening in Kenya today is like a spark of what happened some years back within the Arab world that brought down governments. We might not understand the depth of what some of these people are doing, because I can tell you that in the current dispensation that we are running, there are still companies that do not pay up to the minimum wage of 30,000. When you put everything together, most of them still take home less than what can even take them home. Now, what is the association doing? If they've not sit down to think over it, I think it's right for the association to sit down and look at it carefully and objectively, so that all of us will be on the same page, providing services that the nation will even be happy, and the people we are producing, because at the end of the day, there's a multiplier effect to everything.
Thank you so much. I think I would have Mrs. Odihe answer that question, because besides being a panelist, she's also a fellow of the Aopn.
Okay, he didn't ask a question. He made two comments. One with regards to, in fact, both questions are directed to the body, Aopn. And I can't really speak on behalf of Aopn, but I think I also share the same sentiments with you when it comes to unhealthy competition when you're bidding for projects. You have a situation, I think we should have a standard, if it's possible. These are just statements. The buyers are here. I can see some are represented here. They may frown at it, but at some point we need to put our foot down. And I think that's what you're saying. We must have a benchmark. And for me, I can just call a percent. I say 10% should be the minimum fee rate that we can give to any of the buyers. You can always do above that for different specialized roles. And I'm sure some of us know that there's a difference between outsourcing and managed service. I hope we all know, and all comes under outsourcing. There's outsourcing and managed service. And in ordinary terms, outsourcing is like the junior brother, the managed services, the senior brother, and we run such projects. You can't pay us the same fee on outsourcing and pay us the same fee on managed service, because you are managing the entire process for the client and delivering results on targets. So there's a target side and there's a management side. So I think Aopn can actually have a benchmark and say everybody will stick to 10%. We agree on it. And I know when I first started, I remember it got to a point with one of the telcos, I had to even call a meeting with one of the partners, because I saw they were hungry to get the business. They wanted to do everything to get the business, and they wanted to, how can we go solo? How much will we be able to pay the workers? How much will we be able to pay ourselves, our staff, and everything, and run the business effectively? So I called and I said, let us do this. But guess what? That's just one-off. That was the only successful out of the ordinary situation that I actually did behind. Like, we have to all stick to one figure, because once one picks 7, 6, 5%, everybody has to pick that figure. And it's a major problem. And I think at this point, guys, we need to all agree. even if we don't get it in the law, or Aopn doesn't have, put it in a document and say it's binding on us, we should at least, in this meeting, because I see this as a meeting, we can all agree and say 10% or nothing. Because if I say 10%, SOS says 10%, IRS says 10%, they would not have any choice but to go for 10%. But sometimes you find out after we've agreed, one of us will go and say 5%, 6%, and you find that everybody will come back. And so, but I think at this point, the economy is too hard. For at this point, then we can even play with those figures. Economy is too hard now for any business to thrive below 10% in anything you are outsourcing to any client. And we need to take note of that. And we actively have to do that. Just take it in your mind that if you're in a competition with me in any business and we have been asked to send any figures, know that my figure is not below 10%. So you should think and do the same thing and let everybody go. Flour mill, don't be angry because...
Thank you, Ms. Odi.
Thank you,
Mrs. Odike. Madam President.
Yes. I won't take too much of your time. But this question or this comment is extremely important to all of us, both as providers of outsourcing services and the way we show a united front to our clienteles. First of all, note the name. We do say professionals. So it is extremely important that we are, we're professional in our proposals and we stick to what, we say. Unhealthy competition will ruin the business for everyone. It's not even just for one party. If you think you're cutting corners to get ahead, you actually, upset the cartel for everyone. So the Aopn is intentional about making sure that all its members who abide by the ethics of how we are going to be providing professional services to our clients are maintained by all members. And our ethics committee, which is headed by our legal counsel, will continue to work, with all members to make sure that one, information is shared properly, and beyond that, that we all abide consistently, to, the way we actually compete, in the market. What you've raised is not new. It's unfortunate that it keeps on rearing its head, but we are determined to actually make sure that, as stakeholders, and because each one of us has a lot to gain by making sure that this association protects all of us, not just individuals who may have contacts or who may have legs in different areas, that we provide a united front. And what will happen is that our clienteles, even if they try and shop around to cut corners, we actually find that everyone is speaking and singing from the same hymn. So, it's good that it's brought up again, but again, the association commits to making sure that we would speak, with a united front and make sure all members, are united. And I'll just let our legal counsel also, inform us of some of the steps that are being taken, to implement some of this.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to especially thank the keynote speaker. He actually did justice to the topic of the day, and I want to thank our very intelligent panelists. I'm particularly delighted that we have touched on the issue of policy, legislation, and having a voice for the association. I want to say that any association, any group is as good as its members. The association, this question actually, it's a recurring question every year. We have attempted at Aopn to take some advocacy visits to government establishments in Abuja. What we see is the lack of commitment on the part of government, but we are not relenting in our efforts. And the association bill has been tossed around between NITA and NEPC, that is information technology, as to which government agency will take ownership of that bill. We are not relenting, just like I said. We are still pressing, and we have discussed at the first council meeting this year that we intend to revisit this government establishment to discuss with the new set of officers, as it were. Again, you discuss with a set of people, and then 6 months down the line, you have to face with, or a year down the line, you have to again start with another set of people. But again, like I say, Aopn is not tired. We shall continue to be the voice of this sector. Again, I am extremely delighted that we have in our midst today somebody from Lagos State Office of Wealth Creation, and we intend to interface with this establishment. As maybe we'll start from Lagos. We wanted to take that. We've been addressing this particular issue of policy of legislation from the federal establishment. Perhaps we'll start with Lagos. Maybe, as they say, Lagos is a pace setter. Perhaps when they see that Lagos has taken decisive steps on the issue of legislation and policies needed, required to grow this sector, other states without imbibe the same, and maybe the federal will fall in line. So we have at Aopn a committee on arbitration committee, as it were, for our members, where you have issues of ethics and unhealthy practices. So you can approach the association, and they will look into this and then try to address as much as possible. And I want to align to what has been said here. If we as a group agree within ourselves, this is what one of us preaches every year, Mr. Soji Yahweh. You know, there should be collaboration, healthy collaboration, and we speak with one voice and tell the buyers of outsourcing that we are standing, we have agreed that our percentage is 10% and not less than 10%. We can, maybe because of the economy, review it to 7.5%, but there should be a window between 7.5% and 10%. Then the buyers of our services will know that we are firm, we are resolute in this decision, and there will be no underhanded practice. So please, again, I plead that we stand by this agreement, which we present every year. Let there be a window of between 7.5% and 10%. So if you can do it for 7.5%, fine, because you have other clienteles. But if your cap should be 10%. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the session. The MC is probably going to drive us off from here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was an interesting session.
So I'm sorry, we can't take any more questions. Maybe we can move into the next session. We've overrun our time here. So we've talked about creating a proper regulatory framework. We talked about innovation. We've talked about managing our risk better, and of course, collaboration. So what do we do from here? I mean, we all should go back to deploy all the strategies that has been shared here to us to help us to rethink that model, our business model, to help us thrive and make a business sustainable in the VUCA economy that we have. Thank you again to our panelists, Mrs. Omo Odike. Thank you, Dr. Olaniyo and Egbi. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for your participation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we would please require you to still stay behind. Thank you very much for the wealth of knowledge you have shared with us. We would not be leaving you to just go down. We want to present to you a flag of honor to say thank you very much. These are things that money cannot buy, the wisdom you have shared with us. Thank you very much. To proceed further in the next session, which will be the presentation of the plaque, we would like to receive Professor Simon Emeje once again. Sir, would like you to come up to the platform. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. To present this award to the distinguished men and women that have contributed to our knowledge this afternoon, it will be my honor and privilege to call upon the president of the Aopn, Mokpe Abudu. A round of applause, please.
To our distinguished panelists, thank you so much for your insights, your nuggets of experience, very willingly shared. You have put us on a path that identifies that the future of work is different. Digitization is extremely important, and you've given us the challenge that each one of us within our businesses should be forward-looking. Thank you so much for the time, and to show our appreciation, we want to give you this token of how we value your time spent with us today. So, on behalf of the board of the Aopn, it is my honor to present to Professor Simon Emeje, who was our keynote speaker today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your experience, expertise, and the challenge that you've also given us. We pray that your work continues to impact and flower us in all walks of life. Thank you very much. They say when women are around, everything is charged. Thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate your energy. We appreciate your experience that has been very willingly shared. But most importantly, the commitment to continue to be part of the association in all walks of life. Sharing your time, your morning, this morning has been extremely impactful. We pray that this will continue to be much, much more in futures to come. Thank you very much. Ms. Okeabi, you've been a real challenge to us today, showcasing that outsourcing should not just be limited to our geographic comfort zone. We're inspired by your work that is being done even in East Africa, but also sharing, how we need to pivot sometimes to make sure that our businesses are continuously sustainable. Thank you for your time today. We're wishing you the best, both in your personal and business life going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. And on behalf of our fellow member, Dr. Olufemi Ogunlowo, we're having another fellow doctor representing him. You've been an anchor and a strength to the association, continually responding to our call year in, year out. We appreciate you. We appreciate, the continuous support that you give us in terms of how we should move the association forward, but also as business leaders. So today we want to show our appreciation by presenting your company this plaque extend our sincere appreciations to the head of the organization as well. Thank you. And last but definitely not the least, our amiable moderator, Falake, you've been inspiring in terms of asking the questions on our lips, in our minds, triggering our thoughts into how we should actually navigate this very volatile situation. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for creating a very conducive environment for us to ask some of the tough questions and get the kind of responses that would set us ahead as business owners. Thank you very much.
Very much. We'll have group photographs now. Would like to call upon the board members of the Aopn and also the chairman of the planning committee to come up on the podium to take group photographs. Thank you very much, distinguished members of the panel. Thank you. A round of applause for them, please. I'm sure if you clap, they'll come down faster. A round of applause for them. Without wasting and taking too much of our time, we'll be moving on to the second panel discussion. I'm sure we had a very insightful session. How many of us was really, really excited from this first session? Can I see a show of hands? Are you saying our panelists did not deliver? Can I see a show of hands if we're really excited from the first panel session and discussion? Amazing, thank you very much. We're going over to the second session, and this promises to be very engaging and enlightening. Now, we have talked about strategies of how we can navigate this world, and one of the things that we took from the first conversation is the economy would always be what it is. We would always have the VUCA elements being in the economy. Now we have learned strategies, but now we're going into another section, another phase where we have to know how do we sustain these strategies. For the second panel discussion, it is rethinking the outsourcing business. Oh, sorry, apologies. For the second session, we're talking about advanced sustainable outsourcing through best practice and collaboration. An African proverb says, if you want to go fast, can I get an echo? If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And that means that the place of collaboration cannot be overemphasized, because definitely direction is better than speed. To lead us in the second panel discussions, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the platform Mr. Cephas Afebuame. As initially said, we will not be able to take the full profile. Please put your hands together for Mr. Cephas Afebuame. He's the head of supply chain management, Nigerian Flour Mill PLC. To join him, we have Mr. Tsuji Oke, who is the Chief Commercial Officer and co-founder CFA Technologies. A round of applause, please. To lead this conversation, and help us with very tough questions, interesting questions that will enable us expand our minds and learn the things we should learn, take home the things we should take home. Please join me in welcoming the moderator for this session, Mr. Adewale Oreade. He is the managing partner and CEO of Denova Consulting Limited. A round of applause, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's been very engaging session so far, and I want to believe that we're all having very good time and learning from the various sessions that we've had. For this panel discussion, we'll be looking at advancing sustainable outsourcing through best practice and collaborations. You're going to agree with me that in the fast evolving world of business process outsourcing, efficiency and cost savings have been the driving force for companies looking to outsource various functions, their business function. So it is very important to look at how this can be achieved by collaboration between users and providers, without sacrificing service and delivery quality. And to do justice to this topic are two gentlemen that will be engaging the audience together today, Mr. Cephas Afebwame and Mr. Tunji Okay. And when you talk about the principle of sustainability, quite a number of people link this to just the environment. That is how you can make your environment to be sustainable so that it keeps providing benefits for several generations. So, but then, as a business process too, outsourcing has to be sustainable. That is, it has to continue to provide value to both the buyers and the suppliers. But first and foremost, we need to understand what sustainability in outsourcing is and how we can achieve that so that both buyers and suppliers keep deriving value or benefit from it. So I'm going to begin with the first questions, and this will be directed to Mr. Cephas Afebwame. When it comes to outsourcing, how does the concept of sustainability come into play? In other words, what is sustainability in outsourcing? I want to know, and I'm sure the audience there also would like to know.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say I'm privileged to be here this afternoon. So I've really learned, and thanks for this wonderful opportunity. I don't take it for granted at all. And they almost said, referred to me as the buyer. I'm very proud to represent the buyer, if you don't mind. It is forum like this are extremely very, very important, and I think we should get, as much as we can, get more buyers into your forum so I can hear from both ends. At times, you make up your point based on where you stand, and without having a holistic view about everything, your judgment will be based on the little that you know. Just to come to your question, sir, thanks so much. Sustainability in outsourcing, or sustainable outsourcing, it's a big topic. It's by far much more than environmental sustainability. It's about integrating into your outsourcing process all the considerations that is required to achieve, number one, to meet the need of the outsourcing company, the need of the service provider, and every other stakeholder in the entire chain. I'll elaborate on what I mean by that. I'll call the 3 P's of sustainability. And this, number one, the first is what I call the sustainability of the planet, which is environmental. Anything you do, just make sure that you are keeping the environment in such a way that even after you, generation after, will still have the planet to do this business in. Prof mentioned, he said, yesterday was history, today is a concern, and tomorrow is the goal. If I just reference that, it means that in trying to do your business in a sustainable manner, you must be careful and put into consideration everything that will protect this place called planet. It talks about environmental sustainability. Of course, if the environment is not healthy enough for them, we buy their own seller. There will not be any need for money. What are you making profit for when the environment is not good enough? So that cannot be wished away. That is why we need to ensure that in whatever you are doing, make sure that the environment is sustained for even future generations to have in place that sustainability. Second P, and I think this will impress most of us, is what I call social sustainability. That talks about what I call the second P, which is people sustainability. Everything you do that does not guarantee the well-being and the welfare of the artist, the human being, it's just suicidal. When our brother asked that question around people cutting corners, what came to my mind was the fact that, you know what, when you are pitching, you want to get business, you don't say the truth. When you know that there's no how under the world that you can achieve what you want, why we charge 7% when you know 7% is not sustainable? Except you want to go back and torture your people who are working for you. I had an example, I like to be very practical. Some years back, we outsourced a service, and the company provided human resource for, I think, actually nurses in one of my past organizations. I won't mention him. And one of these ladies was to go on maternity leave. And she said, sir, do you know I'm not going to be paid? And I said, why on earth will you not be paid for being on maternity leave? He said, my company did not make provision for that. And I said, why will your company not make provision for your maternity, to be paid for your maternity leave? Is he to be pregnant? It's not. And I called the manager out of the company and said, why on earth will you do such a thing? It is criminal. And he said to me, your company don't make allowance. Apparently, before I joined the organization, and I said, did you tell the company that my female employees are entitled to maternity leave, okay? And when they're off for maternity leave, you have to pay them. Otherwise, how will you sustain them? And he said they would not agree. That day, I ensured that provision was inserted. Well, I started paying maternity leave. You go on your food, you take your time off, you'll be paid while you're on leave. So that's an example of what I call the second P. That is people's sustainability. For example, how can someone work for several months without going on vacation? You want them to die on the job. There are provisions around how you are catering for human life, the team that work for you. There's the blood we use, there's no difference between the blood of the director and the blood of the factory worker. So in sustainability, that is the second consideration. And the third consideration is the one I called the economic sustainability. In this case, every party must get what they deserve from the relationship. It is not master-slave. I tell my team in the office, if you go into a negotiation with a company and you want to kill that company, you are a murderer. It is ungodly, it is sinful, it is criminal. So it is not necessarily what you put on the table. Let's go into open conversation. In that negotiation, spell out everything required, which means that for you to get it right, transparency, open communication, consider all factors before you agree to the terms and the conditions of that. So sustainability in outsourcing means that the parties concerned are very open, they are very transparent with what they expect, and then conclude in such a way that when you put the partnership into play, no party will feel aggrieved. It's like it will be foolishness for me to pay my maid peanuts. What will I get from my children? She will not put the best into catering for my children. And that's exactly the way it is. Unfortunately, most leaders are very unethical. you don't think about the welfare of people working for you. So long as you get your own pay, you don't care. You don't think about the environment where you operate. So long as you get your pay, you don't care. You don't think about the future generation that's yet unborn. So long as you live for today, you don't care. All these things are what we should begin to deal with consciously. Cater for the planet, which is my first P. I like to use words for emphasis. Make sure that you are doing business in such a way that where you are doing that business will still remain even after you are gone. Number two, make sure that the second P, every human being involved in this partnership, they get what they deserve, that everybody feel valued in that relationship. And number three, be sure that there's also economic protection, economic sustainability, that this company, after 2 years, will not be extinct because we are growing. So those are the things I'll put together in trying to just define what it means to get into sustainable outsourcing. Consider everything that will guarantee perpetuity and continuity in the planet, in the people, and even in the profitability that comes to the partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aopn. This is very, very insightful. My take home from what he said is that outsourcing as a business process should be able to deliver value to both the buyers and the suppliers. And for it to do that, there has to be an integrity of both parties. For example, financial considerations on both sides is identifying the needs of your clients. If you're a provider, you need to know the reason why your clients actually want to outsource that aspect of their business to them. They're not just interested in throwing money into the air. They want to get value. And you can't provide that value if you don't know the need for the client outsourcing that business component. Then the other is social sustainability. That is, there has to be something for all the parties. The buyers, the sellers, the government, and every other stakeholders. It is very important. So when you are putting your deals together, you need to ask yourself, what is in this for all the relevant stakeholders? Because if you can't meet that need, I mean, there's no basis for you to put yourself out there that you want to provide that. And the last he talked about is economic sustainability. And here he talks about negotiation. I believe that when you're negotiating, you should look at a win-win situation, not a win-lose, okay? A win-win situation. I heard of a case some time ago where a new company was actually coming into town, and he wanted to provide a service for an IOC, International Oil Companies. And because they know that this company is not big enough, the IOC negotiated to the point that this company barely got anything from that transaction. And after a while, when this small company became big, the IOC was then in a desperate situation where they need their service. And they called them, come and provide this service for us. They said, sorry, we're engaged at the moment. So it's very important that in every negotiation, you look for a win-win. Even on the part of the sellers too, you've seen some sellers say, let me get the job first. Yes, everybody is charging 10%, I'll just charge 5%. When I get the job and I can't move further, I'll come to them and say, this is not working again, so give me more money. I mean, that's not good enough. So you look for a win-win situation so that both parties can get value from the process. Now, how do we achieve this sustainability in outsourcing? I believe very strongly that there are best practices globally. I mean, and so it's very important for us as stakeholders in this industry to identify what these best practices are and how we can leverage on them to ensure that we make the outsourcing sustainable. So my second question will go to Mr. Tunji, okay? And it is, what best practices are proving effective in achieving sustainability in outsourcing operations? And how can this be standardized across industry?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me. Good afternoon to everybody. I am going to go left field based on what was discussed at the end of the first panel in terms of competition and unethical practices. I co-founded a company called GFE Technologies. And when we hear discussions like these, when faced with the opportunity that we all are involved in, to be very honest, we don't understand it. We don't understand because there is a lot of money to be made for all of us. A lot of money to be made. This is not a Nigerian play. It's not even an African play. It's a global play for everybody in this room. So the least of our worries should be taken from one another. And what really we should be focused on is how we can build ourselves collectively to be competing on a global stage. My company was involved in what was the Nigerian Startup Bill, not Nigerian Startup Act. We were part of the small group of stakeholders that actually pushed that all the way through Parliament. It was through collaboration. We're also involved in the electric mobility ecosystem. Actually, we're the ones putting it together. So for us as a company, we understand ecosystem building, collaboration. So in terms of best practices, we're already doing it here. Collaboration, pulling in the same direction, seeing how this sort of conference, by next year, it will be ×2 or ×3 this size. For specifics, we look at issues like diversity and inclusion. I'm going to mention India once or twice this afternoon. When we look at inclusion, for India, for instance, when it comes to outsourcing, they are very, very organized and structured, such that they promote outsourcing as a business model in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. What does this do? It provides job inclusion opportunities for people outside of the traditional commercial hubs. In places like Aopn, the equivalent, because Aopn compared to a Lagos or an Abuja is a tier 2 city. And by the way, that's where GFE Technologies is based. Community engagement. Community engagement, once again, points in the direction of organized outsourcing hubs. When you recruit locally, there are a lot of upsides in terms of costs, number one, in terms of the kind of engagement and support you will get from the community. We've talked a bit about employee well-being and, of course, fair labor practices. Personnel represent the key resource, or one of the key resources when it comes to outsourcing. So who are we not to treat them properly? Globally, there's a bit of a stigma when it comes to outsourcing as regards unethical labor practices. Certain people getting the, as they say, short end of the stick. But for it to be sustainable, for people that we're looking to bring into this space, for them to recognize it as, oh, I might have a career as an employee in outsourcing, we need to treat them well. Also, for fair labor practices, of course, that also points towards policy, and that's where the government comes in. There are other factors that also affect best practices that I don't really have the time to speak about, but just as a summary, we have to understand that for anything sustainable, right, if we don't put these foundations in place right now, then it's going to be a problem in the future. We're not going to grow as quickly as we should. there's a white paper that was released by Microsoft. It's called AI for Future of Work in Africa. Let's put the AI part apart. It focuses on how Africa, and for us here, Nigeria, can be in a leadership position when it comes to providing technological services over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And key to that is jobs, skills, and employment. And most especially, one particular word, preparedness. This is all part of it. This collaborative approach, we have to put structures in place. The association is very, very key to achieving this. It seems as if we on the inside do not know the opportunity that we have. And it's people on the inside that are looking in and saying, if we are ready, if you put the structures in place, if we work together, and we give it time, then we reap the benefits. In terms of standardization, I think for us, we have to get to a position where, when it comes to things like getting certification from ISO and B Corp, that is also very, very key. Regulatory framework, that is expected. And also, utilizing technology. That makes the business model scalable. All these things have to be put in place early on. We're still at an infancy stage. This value chain, this space, has to be developed collectively. As an association, we should be looking at the success stories of collaborative efforts. Originally, as a professional, I'm a banker, and I like to look at NIBS. NIBS is owned by the commercial banks. They were not competing with each other. They put it together decades ago, and they are reaping the benefits. When it comes to a business space in terms of advancement and sophistication, not just in Nigeria, even globally, the banking space is one to look at. So, let us challenge ourselves. If we put some of these things that I've mentioned in place, it's going to take time. It's not easy. But this is the start. It has to be done very, very consciously. Nobody is going to give it to us. In terms of the opportunity, again, we have to put ourselves in a position where we can compete, and compete so that, hey, we can all make money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okay. That was very beautiful. Someone said some time ago that it's much easier to attain success than to maintain it. I think the same thing applies to any business or any business process. Why shortcut may get you up there, but best practices will make your business to be sustainable and to continue to deliver value. Now, from what Mr. Oke said, I got about 4 things. Collaboration. The word collaborations, it's been coming up again and again. We'll come back to it, maybe in my next question. Then it talks about diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion. As stakeholders in outsourcing, we need to understand that people come from different walks of life. Their outlook is different, their exposure is different. And so sometimes we might need to view things from their lenses and try to accommodate them. If whatever they are bringing to the table does not negate your moral principles or legal requirements. So, there should be a room to accommodate people from all walk of life and make them to work with you collaboratively. And it talks about community engagement. And I think that's part of what we're doing at Aopn, because I'm very sure before now, quite a number of us didn't know so much about outsourcing or business process outsourcing. But with the engagement by Aopn, a number of us are getting knowledge on how to go about this business and how to deliver value. Okay, and the last thing is employee well-being and fair or ethical labor practices. This is very, very important. For example, I've seen a situation whereby a buyer insisted that this is how much I am going to pay for the staff I'm outsourcing from your company. And we said no, because we know that what you're offering is not even enough to take them home. So if you're not ready to outsource this business process at this time, then you better don't. Rather than taking advantage of the fact that, or exploiting, I won't say take advantage, exploiting the fact that the rate of unemployment in the country is so high, and you just offer anything. Some of them might take it, but because they are not well motivated, they will do your job anyhow, and you come back to us and say, see the staff you outsource to me. So it's very, very important that we look at, I mean, for both buyers and sellers, we look at employee well-being and ensure that we are ethical in our labor practices. So now, back to collaborations. It's a word that has been coming up right from the beginning of this engagement today. So I want to know, Mr. Afebuema, how can buyers, good enough you came out to say that I've been looking for buyers actually. Good enough that you came out to confidently tell us that you are buyers, and I'm glad to have you on seat. So how can buyers of outsourcing services work collaboratively with providers to ensure the implementations of sustainable practices that benefit both parties?
Thank you so much. Again, I'm proud to be a buyer, and I'll remain one forever. There are some things that are fundamentally missing. Prof mentioned it about education. Dr. Madu mentioned it. Sharp also mentioned it. I think what is missing, which is fundamental, is the fact that most buyers too don't know what they want. Because they don't know what they want, and in some cases you see ignorance at very high level. And because they lack knowledge, they are short-sighted. They don't think beyond the X and Y axis. So all they want is, I want to do it now. I'll give you an example. I don't know whether you have, apart from people that source for labor here, whether you have actually outsourced vendors that provide goods, for example, or services like transportation and so on and so forth. If I give you transportation contract for you to provide for me drivers to drive, I'm so concerned about how do these people rest? How many hours do they drive before they take their rest? When they return from their journey, what do they do? If I don't know that, I'm simply putting the life of everybody at risk, including my mother in the village. So if I say it's just a driver, let me just pay him 40,000. Shepi is just a driver. And because I lack knowledge, because I don't think beyond what comes to my pocket, I take decisions that are terrible and stupid. In fact, Prof mentioned it. When people take decisions based on ignorance, okay, the overall effect in the future comes back to hurt everybody. So the place of collaboration starts from being very clear, ab initio, what are those things we actually expect? What do I want from you? What can you offer me? That's the starting point. Be very clear. Oh, I want you to provide for me transport logistics services. I want 17 trucks from you, inclusive of drivers. This is what I want. Let's be very clear. And the person will say to me, A, B, C, D, E are my cost components. Okay? And some are called non-negotiables. But even if there's also ignorance on the part of the service provider, you see ignorance plus ignorance is double foolishness. That's what you see. The man buying and the man selling, okay? They are ignorant. So the place of awareness, the place of education is the beginning of everything. The education we are talking about is not going to school. They may not know. So if I say, you know what, I don't want any of my drivers to drive at night because of security issues and so on and so forth, I only will allow them to drive for 6 hours in a day. For that, after every 3 hours, they have to take their rest for 30 minutes. We made that provision. So when I'm computing my journey time compliance, I won't say the driver should make from here to Kano in 3 days. It's not possible. Because those things is what will inform what they will charge me eventually. Clarity of goal, understanding what is expected, and the implication of not having them is where collaboration starts from. In fact, even God says in the book, the Holy Book, can two work together except they be agreed? But agreeing on what? So that's the first place to start with. We need to agree on A, B, C, D, E are my expectations. Oh, can you deliver A, B, C, D, E? If the person says, yes, I can, how much would that cost me? Of those, let's be very open. The next point is openness and transparency. You see, in ethical leadership, transparency is the medium of exchange. Put every card on the table. In this case, it will cost me X, this will cost me Y, this will cost me Z. The total of this is this. Then I can only negotiate your margin. And say, this margin is too much now. I must know the cost of fund. We are in the same environment, the same market. Maybe I should say this or not say it. I've had to take about 4 price increases for some of my partners in the last 6 months because of the reality of the game. Except I'm saying, don't do a good job for me. And if they don't do a good job for you, you can't do it yourself. Do you know? That's why you see most companies, when you look at what is going on, why has some company lasted for so long and are still in business? And some started a few years back and no longer in business. So that is, the first point is, please be very clear on what you want. The second thing is that be open and be very transparent. The third thing is, don't compromise on anything. And because people compromise, the town is hard, the Ilule, like people will say in Lagos. And because of the Ilule syndrome, town is hard. You say yes to what you shouldn't say yes to. And then when you now take, you are now patching. Pardon my illustration. And those patch does not make business sustainable. It's not possible. So that is number 2 point. Number 3 point is that go to joint business planning with your partner. Most people run away from this. If I'm trying to have an investment, I'm going to install new capacity for manufacturing. I know I'm going to need the services of my partner. I need to let the partner know ahead of time, though. This is my business plan for the future, so that that same partner will be doing the same thing. Otherwise, there's a mismatch. And I think the professor said, things will never be equal. You can't do it all alone. Multipurpose population is only in Molwe. It's only in Molwe. Somebody say one medicine will do all. There's no company that can do it all. Pardon my illustration. I like to make it livelier for us to understand. Because you know you cannot do it all, there's a part of it that you must give out. And that part is as important as the biggest part. The head is as important as the eating part of the body. Am I speaking? Yes. So if you think you are the head because you are the bigger party in this engagement, and you want to downplay the role of the smaller part, you will know what it means in future. You can't last. So go into joint business planning, be very open. Years back in one of my operations, I manufacture drinks and we send all over Nigeria. We use wooden pallets. I can't make wooden pallets. My job is a brewer, for God's sake. I won't make pallets. If I don't tell my pallet supplier who goes to the forest to buy the pallets, I imported my machine from Germany, the best of the technology in the whole world. But sorry, I don't have the pallet to make it. I won't get anything. So as I'm planning my investment with Krones in Germany, in Munich in Germany, I'm planning with that carpenter in Ogbese, Ondo State. Because without that small part, this bigger one will not work. So that is around, be open and transparent about what you need. Because in outsourcing is a part of a chain. And the chain is as strong as its weakest link. So if that weak link is around not getting the right resource, or not getting the right facility, or they are not up to scale, we are going to suffer. I'm telling you. When they ask why you not produce, you say, I don't have pallet. People say something's wrong. You have enough money to go and import machine, stainless steel, and automation from Germany. The pallet here you don't have. The next level is we also need to go into engaging them about understanding what is important. The man needs to know that pallet, woods, is seasonal. During the rainy season, nobody can enter the forest. The man needs to buy my pallet ahead for me because you can't say, Oga, rain before, pallet no day. I will stop my machine. So everything, so the place of joint business planning, the place of transparency, the place of education is very important. You educate them not only on the technology, you educate them on part of what they need to know. Planning is of also, you need to plan together. And part of partnership is the fact that some of them can be financially challenged. There's nothing wrong at all in seeing how you can stand for a bank and introduce this person is my client. I know the turnover, I know the level of, the volume of transaction I have with him. Therefore, go ahead, okay? You stand as more or less a collateral for that company. A lot of that is possible. You can even give part payment. When people say they don't understand part payment, I say, you don't know the economy. Sorry, let me just correct this impression. Best practice is not what is working all over the world. It's application and modification of what is working elsewhere to meet your local need. That's best practice. To the glory of God, I've been everywhere. I've been to Tokyo, Japan. I work for a Japanese company in Germany, in India, all over. I can tell you for free that what we go through here, you need science, you need to be wise, and you need God in addition to it. So if you don't know that, and you say you are copying one just best practice, and somebody told you in Harvard Business School that you don't need to do that, they should go and source their fund, the man cannot source his fund. The man will tell you, I'm a carpenter, I know how to make pliers, I don't get money. That's the truth. It is not for you to say, how do I cover the inefficiency that this my partner has? And how do we grow together? Because it's about growing together. I think I mentioned a lot of things together now. And in the place of modern trends, your partner also needs to know. That partner needs to know that those days, you will come to my office, I'll pay you cash. I won't pay you that now. I need to pay you. So as technology is evolving, encouraging that. You are also more interested in the structure of the organization. Let me say this. Most of their source partners, you are very enlightened. But if you go to the lower level, it's man and wife Nigeria PLC. If anything happens to the marriage, your business is gone. Because you are relying on them, that's the end. So you also need to educate them. Let me see your business structure. Okay? I've had some partner working for me that now there are children that are running their business because the adults are would not have. You need to be interested in everything about your partner. If you don't, the day the man will call and say, I just wake up, my madam say no, they do again. I don't know where to enter. Your business will stop because of madam's decision. So I can go on and on and on, but the most important thing is that please be very clear on the expectations, be very open, be very transparent, and above all, be a human being. That's what, every buyer must be a human being, and every seller of something must be a human being. What does that mean? If this were me, is this fair? If you cannot ask yourself that question, if I were on the other side, if I'm treated this way, how will I feel? If you cannot answer that question, you are not in business. I'll leave this example. One of the outsourced manufacturing to a company years back. It was December the 25th. I went to the operation just to check what was going on. How are you? He said, oh, guy, no fine. What do you mean you no fine? I said, oh, guy, no fine. I said, you should be rejoicing. We are shutting down tomorrow because Christmas is on 2 days' time. He said, oh, God, they never pay me. I was shocked. They never pay you? Immediately I called my HR director. I said, Mr. X, this is what I just had. What's going to these people's contract? Why are they not being paid? Say, usually we pay them on the 22nd. You pay them on the 27th, including December. Where do you want their family to shop from? And I said, today I will put down the roof. And I can do things that they used to call me unionist those days. And I'm very proud to be a unionist because it's called welfareism. I said, today, these people must be paid. They did everything they had to do. They got them paid. And I said, after this, you must regularize it. Until I left the organization, I won't mention names for obvious reasons, spare me that. They get paid the same day that I pay my employee. That's what it means to be human. They paid me, and my kids are enjoying because I send money already. And the people working for me in the office have not been paid. You can't get the best from them. Above all, before I go, there is God.
There is God. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. You know, what struck me most when he was addressing this question was, most buyers don't know what they want. And that's true. I've had several situations where organizations and individuals come to me and say, oh, I want to go through this training. The first question I ask them, why did you want to do this certification? Why? And by the time they're talking to you, you find out that they probably don't have any reason beyond the fact that their colleagues or their some companies, they are benchmarking at doing that certification. So it's very important that the buyers clearly express their needs. And if what you understand is the pain points, you don't actually know what will solve the problem, you should be open enough so that the sellers can help you to identify what you actually need to solve the problem. As a matter of fact, in business analysis, there's a principle we call elicitations and collaborations. Elicitation talks about identifying the needs and expectations of clients so that you can collaboratively work together. Without identifying the needs and expectations of your client, there's no way you can work with them collaboratively. Then it talks about openness and transparency. It's very important. Bring everything to the table. Don't hide anything under the table because you want to shy away from being billed. No, bring it to the table and you can negotiate your way out. And the last thing I got was partnership, joint venture partnership. If you cannot provide that service as a supplier, for example, look for a company that has a core competence in providing that service and form a joint partnership to be able to do it. I can tell you that even your clients will probably come to you in the future because you are very open to let them know you can't do it, but I know a company that can do it, and so we can actually go into joint partnership to do that. I have so many questions that actually I want this to continue as much as possible, but then we're short of time. So I'm just going to ask this last question from Mr. Tunji Okay. Government is very important in whatever we're doing, whether you're suppliers or your buyer, or it's a business process or company or system. Government is very important. And government can make or mar any process, okay, with their policies. So what initiatives can government undertake to promote best practices in outsourcing and ensure sustainability within the industry? What do you think, what initiative do you think government can embark on?
Thank you. If we, just a simple Google, top outsourcing providers or countries globally today, you won't see Nigeria there. However, you would see some countries with similar issues and elements, such as Nigeria. On the government side, there needs to be an infusion of social and economic development elements into the business model of outsourcing. For the sake of this conversation, let us look at outsourcing from the perspective of what are the assets that we have. So for Nigeria, we think of infrastructure, physical infrastructure. We think of the human resources that we have. And we can also think of like the natural resources, the extractive. As a country, the government needs to look at how Nigeria can be placed in a position where we can compete globally. Competitive advantage. So of those three assets that I mentioned, resources, for Nigeria, where can we have the edge? Certainly not in infrastructure. We know the story or the position where we are in terms of the extractive resources. So it's people. We know the statistics and data, it's all out there. 200 million, 50% under the ages of 25, we know all that. In the relatively short to medium term, where can we gain a competitive advantage? Through this sort of collaboration, development of this business space, we talked about upskilling, and training earlier on as well. At scale, for people who are willing to get into outsourcing, then we have a chance, a structured approach. From a government perspective, what could really help and what has helped some developed economies is for the government to identify outsourcing as a hero business sector. Okay. What do I mean? You look at Japan, in fact, Sasefas, you'll be able to talk more about this than I can. Japan and automation, car manufacturing. You look at Italy, beverage manufacturing. Israel, R&D, once again, Germany, manufacturing. The governments of these countries looked at these particular sectors and said, if we put our full weight behind these sectors, if we go all in and put everything, the cascading effect from the growth of these sectors that it will have on these countries' GDP, it goes to the sky. What also helps is that in terms of resources, it's always a battle, whether on a corporate level, SME level, or even a government level. Choosing or selecting a business sector like outsourcing as a hero sector allows prioritization, which allows things to move faster and things to scale quicker. And once again, like I said, I'm coming back to India. They seem to be ahead, or they are ahead, when it comes to providing technology services, not just in outsourcing. And that is because they have a structured approach. There is the Indian BPO outsourcing promotion scheme, which sort of goes hand in hand with what they call their software technology parks. And what is it? It's just the collaborators, the ecosystems. In physical spaces, large spaces, where everything and everyone to do with outsourcing is in one place. And this structured approach has allowed India to gain an edge pretty much on everybody else. Factors like operating costs, cost effectiveness that we mentioned here, access to the skilled labor, training, they have a structured approach. We're talking about years ago, not even current statistics, a value chain of 1 million people generating over $10 billion. And that was years ago. So it's not rocket science. If we are looking for blueprints or opportunities for the government, it's actually there. Now, we know about the Outsource to Nigeria initiative. How can we also, bring government into this kind of forum, into this kind of discussions? It's not for government to be, pushing their initiative and we are here at Musong talking within ourselves. No, that can only get us so far. We have to have these conversations. And from these conversations, we have to generate research and white papers. Because these are the things that can be actioned. We need to rely on data. We need to put people who are in positions of influence in a position where in 1 year and 2 years, based on different types of policies and action steps that are taken, we can begin to measure. The youth in Nigeria, they want to work. They're not asking for handouts. They want to work. Sometimes on TV we see for 100 positions in a company, we see 1,000, 10,000. They want to work. They're not going there for money. They're going there for the interview. They want to go through the rigor. But without providing that end-to-end model, starting from the government to those of us in this room, it's not going to go as far as it can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okay. That's very beautiful. Mr. Afebrema has something to say on this. Okay, please go ahead.
This is the challenge to the association.
Yeah.
Because nothing good comes easy. And if you want to penetrate government, and we are like this, I'm sure the journey will be too far. I can tell you. So I think we will need to look for how to begin to influence what you want. For example, I don't know how many of us just attempt to send a note to the ministry in Lagos State that there's something that they want to do for free. Some of us are trainers, okay? We're offering this service as part of our token toward the development of the state. Little things, you know, when you want to catch, I grew up in the village, pardon my illustration. Depending on the animal you want to catch, you know the meat to use as the bait to set the trap. When you start from things like that, just associate, you don't need to be political, relate with what is going on in their circle. When you push your need to them, they will embrace it. That's one, because it will be the divide between the government and the government is very wide, I can tell you. I consult for free for my state governor. My God, come on, I said, I won't join you. All I have, I'm going to offer for free. Don't pay me for it. If I need anything from him now, he will know that this person will not ask for money. Let's look for what we can deliberately and genuinely do towards making them know that we exist. Today, they don't know that we exist. Understand? That's an example. Number two, I don't know how many branches of this you have across Nigeria, for example. I don't know too little. Maybe I need to talk to Dr. Madu thereafter. You begin to have a smaller version of yourself. Oh, there's this, maybe Western region, headquarters in Ibadan, maybe Eastern region, whatever. What that means is that let them also begin to have events, call people that matter to it. And before you know it, you will be known. And once you are known, your voice will be heard. Once your voice is heard, your request will be met. And that's because you cannot influence anything by being where you are. It can't work. Mothers know this. When we're growing up, if you want to reach daddy, you send the youngest member of the family because daddy will not shout on the youngest member. Just go and tell daddy, go and tell daddy. So we need to look at those opportunities, and that's the way to do it. And then every other thing that our brother mentioned will fall in line, but let them know us. Number three for me is look also for opportunity to advertise what you do. Some people association make names. I don't want to mention names. We do a lot of things. Let people know what we are doing. And finally, for me, please go beyond your sector. Go and get buyers into this association. People that, you know what, they render services beyond. They are into manufacturing. They do it. Okay? They are engineers. They are lawyers. They are whoever. Get them as part of this association. Because what that will do is eventually is that you have the reach, you have the wealth, you have the size. And then when you want to influence, you can influence more with your size, rather than trying to be just ourselves and the rest. So those are my few additions. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, gentlemen. It's been a very, very engaging session. And I want to believe that the audience will go to one or two things from the speakers. And I know Mr. Afebrema addressed, just concluded address now is to the association, okay? And I'm also glad that we have some government representative in the house, and they will be coming to you. Will be part of our advocacy, will be engaging you to put the structure, policy in place to ensure that the outsourcing is sustainable in Nigeria. So don't be surprised if you start seeing us more and more after this program. Thank you very much. And before we go, I'm very sure that the audience will have 1 or 2 questions for the panelists. So please, if you have any questions, just signify by raising up your hand. If you have any question for any of the panelists. Okay. That's okay. So that means what? Oh, okay, sir. Dr. Obiora, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Cephas for coming because I think it's been wonderful. Because for once we have somebody on the other divide talking to us about the want and touching all the misconceptions and the rest of them. There's a challenge that members of the association has with buyers. Maybe you can please advise us on how to go about it. It's about SLAs. There are no laws governing SLAs in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge. But the issue is, a principal gives someone a job, and after a while you are called, okay, they were talking about 10%. Let's assume that the job was given at 10%. And someone else is offering 6% from behind. And your principal calls you and say, take 6%, or if you want to complain, you say, someone is waiting at the reception if you don't want. What do we do? How can we handle that? I know that in Ghana, they have a legislation which makes it impossible for a principal, because SLAs are about, it's a two-party thing, so you must sit down and agree. How can one person just get up and then decide what the other party must do after they have signed it? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. The legal framework must be strong for the partnership to work. Even in marriage, you sign marriage, you sign marriage certificate. That makes it binding. It's back to ignorance again. I can't sign a contract with you, and you come back and tell me that something has changed because somebody is willing to offer less. If that will happen, you must consent to it with reason. If you are not willing, sir, don't agree. You see, you must know your unique selling proposition. What do ye more than the others? It's even scriptural. Let me not go to the Bible, otherwise it look like church. Once you are sure of your service, sir, the cost of care and medicine is not the same thing. If you want to do care, go and buy care, for God's sake. Once they know you for credibility, once they know you for your excellence, once they know you that you deliver, okay, that is what stands out from the rest. You say, remind them of history and build your equity with your clients. Let me say that again. The first time you get a job, do it in such a way that you say to yourself, there's no reason for anybody to call anyone apart from you. Do you understand, sir? But if you're all in the same class, nobody's better. Whether it's from X or Y, it's the same thing now. So the moment X says I can take lesser than Y, the man will agree. So the first thing that is within your control is that make sure that you uniquely stand out in what you deliver. That's number one. Maybe I should say it here. For me, I don't give my partners the same rate. I pay you based on what is standing out from the rest. On price giving day in school, sir, you don't give students all the same price. They may all have passed. You get what you deserve. So number one, please, keep improving yourself, keep improving your services, keep improving your delivery, keep improving your transparency, and be genuine and be real. Most parties are not real. Some years back, I won't mention organization, but spare me. My organization was the best in the whole world. And people said, Cephas, how come in Nigeria, of all nations, your procurement department is this good? And I said to them, I run my organization. you get what you deserve. I won't want to live to, in fact, there's something we call preferred vendor status, which means that if I'm a buyer, he's also a buyer, and our sister owns a company. If our sister is challenged with time pressure that she wants to choose between these two, what will make her choose me and not him? It's a key deliverable. Because when things are tough, what will separate the boys from the men? So we consciously, I tell them, please rate me. My sister, rate me on how you see me. So there's, first of all, what you need to do about that. And if you know, I know it is tough, but don't compromise your standard for what you want to get today. If you get, like lawyers will say, if you're a sound lawyer, you get one brief in a quarter, one brief in 90 days, and it's a very good brief. It's better than charge and bill you do every week. Is my illustration resonating with you? That is it. So don't stoop low. And then don't also tell yourself, you are not a grasshopper. They are not lion. You are a professional. I like your name. You say you are professionals. Am I correct? We indeed are professionals. Oh, Mr. X, I know this might not work this time around, though. I believe that the future is going to be better for us. Remember the last time I delivered this service, I can't compromise my standard because of this. I want to meet the timeline. I want to meet quality. I want to meet this, and I'm sure you know what I can offer. The man said on that note, I agree. Do we understand? That's what we need to do. Because, but if everybody is the same thing, you compromise today, they compromise tomorrow, when you come, they will play with yourselves. But finally, once any contract is signed, if they want to take anything from you, you need to agree to it. And something must give. In engineering, in project management, there's something called scope creep. There's something called variation. When I gave the contract to you, maybe a bag of cement was 2,000, now it's 12,000. When the person comes back, look at the bill of material. I'm not changing my quantity, but prices have changed. You need to listen to me. So if anything goes down, it's the same economy. When they are calling you that they want to downgrade your rate, ask them what has changed. What variable has changed between when we signed the contract in the S and now? They must tell you. If they are pressed, maybe cash flow is an issue. You could say, I agree to pay you every 30 days. But this time around, things are tough, I'm going to pay you 45 days. You can agree to that. Okay? But not that I agreed to 10% last month and now 6% because X is saying so. No, that's completely unprofessional.
Thank you very much, Mr. Afebro. Now, please take note of one thing, and that's why it's very good to have buyers in our programs like this. It's push out your unique selling proposition. It's very important. Don't just sell your solution, sell value. Let your clients know the value that you want to deliver to them. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Okay, I could see one hand there. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, wonderful panelists. Fantastic session. I like the the points you've raised coming from the other side, and they are very interesting points. And they are points that we hope that the association will be able to take up because we've always advocated for inclusion of more buyers. However, I would like to speak to I think my colleague Excel mentioned that talking about the price, the price competition and the price war. Now, I dare say, while some other, it might be an advocacy issue, and I thank Madame from UConnect for talking about the pricing thing. While some sectors are maybe very conversant with the outsourcing business or the outsourcing service and the value gained from, there are still sectors that even when you are selling value, I'm sure you agree with me, and I don't want to mention the sectors. There are certain sectors that will still price below, let's say, the 10%. And it's like a sector pricing model. They will price below the pricing that ordinarily will give or will provide to other sectors. They will not only price below, they will give you payment cycles that are longer than, profitable, or let me say. And when you're trying to sell that, it's still like, oh, you are trying to rate yourself above the rest. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you that when we know what is profitable for us. But because I know, like I said, I don't want to mention the sector. I'm sure everyone here in this space knows some of the sectors we are talking about. They would not want to accept that. Yes, there are briefs that we've lost or we've walked away from because we just couldn't understand. Even when you are trying to say, okay, you've signed an SLE, we all know what's happening in the economy. Most companies have increased salaries because of the economic challenges. And you're going back to say, you know what, that pricing that now we're not even reducing, we are saying we want to increase it. It becomes an issue again. So what do we do in such instances? Because maybe it's an advocacy thing, I don't know, but this pricing thing, especially with the economy that we have now, we have clients that are saying that, no, when you agreed, it's because, we thought you were competitive. But things have changed. I'm saying that it's not profitable for my business any longer. I can't do this. I can't deliver the kind of service you want efficiently with this pricing. I want to increase my price, and it becomes an issue. So please, from that side, how do we tackle this? Thank you.
Internally, from the persistence I can see, internally you need to do something about it. Okay, do something about what you think is your minimum position on everything. But when you are one thing I know, once you are very, very open about your costing, once you are very open and you allow the first negotiation to go well, in most cases, it will be difficult for people to call you back and say, please, I want to take something out, except they show you what has changed. Number one. Number two, this is now an ethical issue. It might be difficult to say because people don't believe in it. Once you are coming back to say, thank you, sir. You know what they call thank you, sir? There's somebody who wants to go and settle behind. It might be very unpopular now. You know what I mean by thank you, sir? You call it gratification. I don't want to use the BRIBE word. I don't want to pronounce it. If you, in the first instance, exchange some things with an officer in that organization to get it, you compromise already. So the person knows that, okay, if I give you a job of 10 million, and you send a wristwatch of 500,000 to me, in the first instance, you have built enough fat into this. The man will call you for it. But when you are open, very transparent, like I said about joint business partnering, see, my margin in this is only 5%. This is the cost of this, this is the cost of this, this is the cost of this, this is the cost of this. It will be very difficult, I can tell you. So don't compromise at start and build relationships. I can't say this. Build relationships that is grounded on who you are as a person. Relationship on who you are, about the values you hold dear. Relationships about what you think is fair or not fair. They would know. There was a Christmas, pardon me, I know because we don't have time. One of the companies I was to, they used to work for me in Benin. And they sent something to me, big stuff. And I said, what is this for? And they said, your guy just to say thank you. I said, frankly speaking, I appreciate it, but give it to your employee. I know how much to pay them. They will enjoy this more than me. Okay? So once you build a relationship, first of all, to the extent that you can be 10 over 10 with that person, there's nothing you cannot say to that person. That's number one. Number two, don't compromise as much as possible. Make sure that they know you are good relationship, you are ethical, you are not compromising, and when they call you for anything, listen. If the justification makes sense and you can still remain profitable, you can say yes. But if you not remain profitable, why eat poison because you are hungry? You will die. Do you understand? And the last bit, within the association, you can also have an open policy around what is fair, what is ideal, and so on and so forth. And if you work, finally, if you work for companies that are in different sectors, you know in one, they won't bother you. Another one, they will bother you small. If you do your maths, if it's making sense, then you can have your standard. Okay? But above all, relationship is beautiful. Transparency is it. Don't compromise as much as you can. And I'm in Nigeria, I live in Nigeria. I worked abroad, I know the way it is. I know the way it is here. And I won't deceive you by saying things like this will not happen. They will happen. But what will stand you out is who you are, what you bring to the table, the empathy you show when you need them, and the one they will give back to you when they need you. Then things will work. Above all, always pray for everything. Okay? Because God can touch any man or woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Febo. Mr. Oke also has something to say on this question in 2 minutes.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
So what I've learned as somebody who was in the corporate world and somebody who is now an entrepreneur, and also from my older mentors, and one of them is actually here in this room, Mr. Cephas mentioned don't compromise. I would say always be prepared to walk away. Always. And this is not a gimmick or an act. No. Internally, as a business person, have a policy of walking away. As an organization, have a policy of walking away. In business, when you are talking to someone, when you are communicating, it will be very clear to the person. And this will affect how the person views you and how the person prices your service. There's no escaping it. Even if the bank account is empty, be prepared to walk away. As Nigerians, we have to, and this is for everybody, all of us, that culture of delayed gratification points towards what? Sustainability. There's no escaping it. We can't cut corners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish we could take more questions, but this is where we have to drop the curtains on this panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You've done a great job, and it's nice having you around. Okay? Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to the panelists? Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. That was an amazing and engaging conversation. I mean, we went from learning strategies to also having some mathematics. Ignorance plus ignorance equals to double foolishness. That was amazing. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Once again, we would be appreciating you with handing over plaques to you. We know that no amount of appreciation can actually tell how much we appreciate what has come forth from this panel discussions. In helping us to do this, we'll be inviting to the podium the immediate past president, Dr. Obiora Madu, to hand over these plaques of appreciation. A round of applause, please. While he's coming up, would please like the members of the board to get set to take the group photograph.
Cephas, I can't thank you enough for finding time to come for this program, because I think the perspectives you brought has helped the association and members so that going forward. But I think I want to announce on behalf of Madam President that you automatically become a member of Aopn from today onwards. That's exactly what is going to happen, because we need buyers who will help us to fashion our business, tell us what they want, and then help us to move forward. So thank you so much. And please, can you come around to receive this? Where do we start? So on behalf of Aopn, I'd like to present this to thank you for a great presence in this outsourcing expo today. Thank you very much. We believe as a new member, you will answer whatever we call. Thank you very much.
For a better Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Don't go yet. Mr. Tunjioke, thank you. You said from being an employer to becoming an entrepreneur, all of them come together for good. So thank you for the deep insight also that you brought in. I think, are you a member already? I should conscript you too. Okay, please come and receive this. Thank you so, so much. All right, Mr. Oriode, I think it was a very good moderation from your side. I think I see a potential Expo chairman. So I'd like to thank you because, first of all, you were among the people behind this. And then also in doing this, you also showed quite a lot. So I think we should all look forward to a better Expo next year. Thank you very much, sir. Let's start out. Photograph.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Please, a round of applause for them as they go take their seats. A round of applause for them as they go take their seats. So I think, we've had so much information to take in, so much information to digest, from the keynote address, the first panel session, the second one. How many of us think this is time well spent? Can I see your hands up? You think this is time well spent? If you think you have gained so much knowledge, can I see your hands up? How many of us are still digesting all of the things that we have heard on this platform today? We're still digesting it. I see. So because I can't even see your hands up, I know that the hands are still very heavy from all the things you're writing. So we're going to use very unconventional means to digest all of the things you have heard. Can we please be on our feet? Everyone, please be on your feet. So I'm not just your host for today. I have taken the privilege of being your very unconventional doctor. I want to ensure that you have indeed digested all of the things that you've heard today. So I know that your hands may be tired from writing and your brains are still a bit hot. So we need to mix it in. I mean, from the professor to all of our key speakers, the information is probably still scattered everywhere in our system. So please, all eyes on me, ladies and gentlemen. Can we mix it in? Just mix it in, shake it, mix it in. We need to, yes, I see you doing that already. Let's mix it in, all of the information. Let it get into our system. Oh, beautiful, amazing. Keep mixing, we don't want to lose anyone out of it. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, our feet, can we just stamp? Yes. So it's not overflowing and being missing. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. All right, to lead us further in this session, it's been, please have your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, you're sitting on all of the information right now. I'm sure, digestion is taking place. Thank you very much for indulging me. And the next category, the next session we'll be moving into, we want to have breakout sessions. It is not just enough for us to listen to all of the things we have heard here. We're also sure that we can communicate these thoughts and ideas. We can also have interactions with different people in the room, share our thoughts, share our ideas, and broaden our horizon. I won't be doing this alone. I'll be calling up to join me on stage a member of the planning committee. Gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Chizoba Ada Emmanuel Awakesian. She's a member of the planning committee, and she'll be directing us further on how to go. A round of applause. If you clap, she'll come faster. Keep clapping, don't stop clapping. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm sure we've mixed it in. We don't want to waste so much of your time, but it's time well spent. So we're having a breakout session. and we've divided the room into 4 quadrants. We have group 1 this way. My colleagues will be dropping the questions with the QR codes on each table. Group 1, Fati for group 1, drop it. Sotonye is doing group 2. My colleague is doing group 4, and I'm doing group 3. We have just 15 minutes to deliberate on the questions. 15 minutes deliberate and 5 minutes to, come up with solutions and make a presentation, which generally means 1 minute, 25 seconds for each person, for each representative from the group to come out and make a quick presentation, because time is fast spent. Thank you very much.
In a world where opportunities and talents dance in harmony, there exists a bridge that connects them seamlessly. Meet Strategic Outsourcing Limited, your partner in strategic outsourcing. Who are we? We are not just an outsourcing firm, we're architects of opportunity. SOL is your premier employment agency and HR solutions provider, transforming the world of work, one connection at a time. Our services are managed staff services. Empower your organization by outsourcing staffing needs. Let SOL streamline your processes and boost efficiency. Recruitment services. Save time and resources with our expert team guiding you to the perfect candidates. For our temporary staff services, flexibility is key. SOL adapts to your short-term or seasonal demands. Payroll management services. Efficiency is our forte. Ensure accurate and timely payroll processes with SOL. Corporate regulatory services. Navigate the complex world of regulations effortlessly with SOL by your side. But we are not just about services. We're about empowering dreams. Our mission: empower our youth for a promising start in life. Our vision: be the place where dreams transform into reality. Our core values: empathy, honesty, and respect. With offices in 11 cities across Nigeria, including Lagos, Abuja, Jos, Kaduna, Sokoto, Kano, Ibadan, Asaba, Owerri, Benin, and Port Harcourt. Our corporate policy statement is the backbone of our commitment to excellence. We provide quality personnel that exceed expectations. Embrace technology for service delivery and competitiveness. Attract, train, and retain personnel fit for assigned roles. Comply with regulations and internal policy. Implement and continuously improve our quality management system. By being a proud member of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria, Human Capital Providers Association of Nigeria, and the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, SOL remains at the forefront of industry policies and developments. Membership in these associations signifies our dedication to professionalism, ethical practices, and continuous improvement. Join us on this transformative journey. Empower your dreams with SOL.
Mrs. Oche is a 39-year-old fashion entrepreneur whose store is located in the heart of Ikeja, Lagos. Interestingly, she lives on the island. As a mother of 3, living with her aging mother-in-law, and does school runs, she drives to and fro work with these thoughts running through her mind in the heat of the well-known busy and traffic-filled Lagos roads. I'm sure you wonder why a woman at that height of her career still bothers about caregiving and nanny duties. Mrs. Oche had had it with the hectic processes of regularly hiring and losing domestic helps that she resorted to doing this with her significant other. One day, Jimmy, who is her marketer, visited her head store only to meet the very tired business owner. Having heard her story, he proffered the SOL domestic staff service to her.
Have you heard about SOL domestic staff services? You should try them.
Which one is SOL domestic staff service again? Getting domestic help shouldn't be that formal now.
Well, getting domestic help should not be that hectic. That's why the SOL Domestic Staff Services is designed to cater to the needs of individuals and households, providing reliable and skilled domestic staff members to assist with various household tasks, from recruitment, management, to payment of domestic staff like chauffeurs, drivers, nannies. SOL got you covered. Log on to our website www.solnigeria.com to contact us. We are just a message away. SOL, where your peace of mind is guaranteed.
In today's fast-paced business world, finding the right talent can feel like searching for a needle in a haystack. Whether you're a large indigenous enterprise, a multinational corporation, or a growing MSME, the challenge of attracting top talent while managing your time and resources is all too real. But what if there's a simpler, more effective way?
Introducing the SOL Recruitment Services, which allows you to gain access to the vast network of pre-screened, highly qualified candidates tailored to your specific needs. Our expertise in identifying and attracting top talent ensures that you find the best candidates for your business, saving you time and resources. Focus on what you do best and let SOL handle your recruitment needs. Contact us today to learn more and take the first step towards building your dream team.
SOL Recruitment Services, finding the perfect fit for your business so you can focus on what matters most.
In a world where opportunities and talents dance in harmony, there exists a bridge that connects them seamlessly. Meet Strategic Outsourcing Limited, your partner in strategic outsourcing. Who are we? We are not just an outsourcing firm, we're architects of opportunity. SOL is your premier employment agency and HR solutions provider, transforming the world of work one connection at a time. Our services are managed staff services. Empower your organization by outsourcing staffing needs. Let SOL streamline your processes and boost efficiency. Recruitment services. Save time and resources with our expert team guiding you to the perfect candidates. For our temporary staff services, flexibility is key. SOL adapts to your short-term or seasonal demands. Payroll management services. Efficiency is our forte. Ensure accurate and timely payroll processes with SOL. Corporate regulatory services. Navigate the complex world of regulations effortlessly with SOL by your side. But we are not just about services. We're about empowering dreams. Our mission: empower our youth for a promising start in life. Our vision: be the place where dreams transform into reality. Our core values: empathy, honesty, and respect. With offices in 11 cities across Nigeria, including Lagos, Abuja, Jos, Kaduna, Sokoto, Kano, Ibadan, Asaba, Owerri, Benin, and Port Harcourt. Our corporate policy statement is the backbone of our commitment to excellence. We provide quality personnel that exceed expectations. Embrace technology for service delivery and competitiveness. Attract, train, and retain personnel fit for assigned roles. Comply with regulations and internal policy. Implement and continuously improve our quality management system. By being a proud member of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria, Human Capital Providers Association of Nigeria, and the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, SOL remains at the forefront of industry policies and developments. Membership in these associations signifies our dedication to professionalism, ethical practices, and continuous improvement. Join us on this transformative journey. Empower your dreams with SOL.
Thank you for joining us on the live stream of the 11th edition. Thank you for joining us on the live stream of the 11th edition of the Outsourcing Expo. Well, the Outsourcing Expo is organized by the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria, Aopn. And of course, Strategic Outsourcing Limited is the official media partner for the event. We are broadcasting live from the Muson Center Shell, Zenith Hall, Oniko, Lagos Island. And the theme of this year's event is Navigating Economic Volatility, Strategies for Sustainable Outsourcing in Nigeria. So far, so good. It has been a time of interesting conversation, knowledgeable conversation as well. We've had different stakeholders from different sectors in the outsourcing field and industry talk about how, to move the outsourcing industry forward. We've had human resource professionals present to address the conference theme. And right now, ongoing is the breakout session where we're having different stakeholders also share knowledgeable insights as to how we can move forward when it comes to navigating the economic climate as it is right now in the outsourcing industry. And before that happened, and before that went on right now, we had the panel sessions. We had the panel sessions. And the first panel session was on rethinking the outsourcing business in Nigeria's economy. Thank you very much. We'll be joining the conference shortly. Do sit back, relax, and enjoy the knowledgeable experience that we'll be sharing with you. And you've also been enjoying right here at the event.
Hello. Okay, please, let's wrap up. Group 1 has wrapped up. Please, can we have representatives from Group 2, 3, and 4? Please, could you just tell us what your summary is? The person who is going to make the presentation, quickly, please. This is Group 3. This is Group 4. That's Group 2. Who is presenting? Okay, your name. Josh. Group 2. Okay, who is presenting for Group 3? Oh, Group 4, sorry. No, that's 3, this is, okay. No, she's 4. This is Group 4. Neka. Group 4. Okay, Group 3, please, please, please. We have to go. Oh, Dajon. Dajon, D-H John. D-H-A John. Da. Oh, okay, D-A. Dale. Dajon. He's near Dajon. What? Okay, what's your surname? Okay. K-O-P. Okay. Yes. This is Group 3. Okay. And the presentation is in 1 minute. Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'm sure we have so much to write and discuss on the power of collaboration and networking. After this session, please feel free to meet your group members to discuss further. We'll be taking discussions from the breakout session, and I'll be inviting representatives of the groups to please come up and have this conversation. I'll give you a few minutes to just put yourself together. And we're restricting the takeout from the conversation to just 2 points. So I'm starting with Group 1. 2 points, I will restrict your presentation. I'm having Ms. Joha Ordu. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Joha for Group 1. Our question is leveraging technology to integrate informal sector workers into a formal economy. And the first question is to discuss the potential of digital platforms and mobile technology to connect informal workers with outsourcing opportunities. Second question, explore successful case studies of tech-driven integration in other developing countries. Third question, identify the challenges and solutions for digital literacy and access to technology among informal sector workers. That's the question. Okay. 2 key points for this entire 3 questions.
All right. We have said that, first of all, there's digital illiteracy. So to curb that problem, we need to educate people on the importance of using technology and leveraging these digital platforms. One of the example of digital platforms that we can leverage are the payment platforms now. And we talked about, we gave an example of Kenya, M-Pesa, how people can, with their USSD code, get their payments without having access to internet or having a smartphone. And we've said that another way to help access to this is to leverage on partnerships with people who provide smartphones so that you can subsidize the price of this and give access to informal workers.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was insightful. Group 2, Joshua Adeniji. Quickly, 2 key points. I know this was a scholar group. People kept on writing, but just 2 key points.
Okay, I'll try to be as fast as possible. So I'll task us to, okay, so the question said, building trust and quality standards in informal outsourcing. So we started by giving an explanation of what informal outsourcing is, and someone in the group defined it in the informal sector as an environment with workers of unstructured work. So one way by which trust can be built is to encourage players to take part in training. So so let me just jump to the third bullet point. So to identify ways to build trust between clients and informal sector workers, we identified just a list of points. 1, training. 2, transparent communication. 3, reliability. 4, accountability. 5, feedback. And 6, mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Group 3. That's group 4. Aha. So group 3, we have Capone Dajon.
Thank you. The question we look at is examine current government policies affecting the informal sector and their impact on outsourcing opportunities. Discuss the need for new policies or modification of existing ones to support the growth of sustainable outsourcing. Explore the role of government and private sector partnership in formalizing the informal sector. By and large, there are 3 aspects to it. We are living in an era where the sector is highly unregulated, and so when you talk of the informal sector, the policies of, most especially, minimum wage, cost of living, or little or no regulation of the industry becomes a big challenge. And the general outlook is that, in summary, the long and short of it is, we've been talking about collaboration. Government must collaborate. We must collaborate with government to get it right. And then we can't have a healthy child in a sick mother. So the general outlook of the economy itself needs to be reviewed by government, and then it will give all of us a safe landing.
Thank you very much. We're going over to group 4. Neka Eneli will be representing group 4.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Group 4 discuss financial inclusion and support systems for informal sector workers. Talking about the importance of financial inclusion for empowering informal sector workers. The informal sector really is what's called the hidden economy, or the gray economy, right? And so it makes up about 60% of the Nigerian economy. So there's a lot of money that is not in the formal system. Now, what's the importance of empowering them? First, these people are used to daily cash, daily cash transactions. They feel that they don't have a place in the banking sector or on the formal structured sector. So if we can enhance financial inclusion for this sector, it will help them to make better financial decisions, because they will now start saving better. They'll have access to finance to grow their businesses, make informed decisions, financial decisions, improve their living conditions, to expand their businesses, to grow their businesses. And then also talking about what exactly are the things that we need that can be put in place for them in terms of financial stability, microinsurance, social security. There are a couple of organizations now that offer microinsurance. There's GOXI, and then for the health insurance part, there's the Ilera Eco, which is by the Lagos State government, very laudable initiative. That's, I think 40,000 per annum premium, and they have access to health insurance coverage for a whole family of, I think, about 6, mother, father, and 4 children. They can access any, health care. In terms of social security, in terms of transaction, there are the POS services, agency banking. All these are put in place to help them, to bring them to the formal economy. And on the flip side, it helps the government because it grows the GDP of the economy. Like I said, this is called the hidden economy. So the money doesn't go into the formal system because they rely on things like Ajo, Isusu, daily savings. But when they get into the formal economy, they are doing their businesses and putting their money into the economy, and that helps to grow the GDP of the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the groups and representative of the group. Thank you. That was an insightful session. Quickly, we will be opening the booth up for exhibition, and to lead is the president of the Aopn, Mukpe Abudu. Briefly.
Today has definitely been an exciting day, and we know time is very fast spent, but we also want to meet with you. So we will just quickly facilitate a walkthrough. The board members would share ourselves so that we can actually meet you, and then we will be able to close this meeting in the next 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. The representatives here, can you please be at the respective booths so that the board members can meet with you? This session will be for 15 minutes and we will be closing.
In a world where opportunities and talents dance in harmony, there exists a bridge that connects them seamlessly. Meet Strategic Outsourcing Limited, your partner in strategic outsourcing. Who are we? We are not just an outsourcing firm, we're architects of opportunity. SOL is your premier employment agency and HR solutions provider, transforming the world of work one connection at a time. Our services are managed staff services. Empower your organization by outsourcing staffing needs. Let SOL streamline your processes and boost efficiency. Recruitment services. Save time and resources with our expert team guiding you to the perfect candidates. For our temporary staff services, flexibility is key. SOL adapts to your short-term or seasonal demands. Payroll management services. Efficiency is our forte. Ensure accurate and timely payroll processes with SOL. Corporate regulatory services. Navigate the complex world of regulations effortlessly with SOL by your side. But we are not just about services. We're about empowering dreams. Our mission: empower our youth for a promising start in life. Our vision: be the place where dreams transform into reality. Our core values: empathy, honesty, and respect. With offices in 11 cities across Nigeria, including Lagos, Abuja, Jos, Kaduna, Sokoto, Kano, Ibadan, Asaba, Owerri, Benin, and Port Harcourt. Our corporate policy statement is the backbone of our commitment to excellence. We provide quality personnel that exceed expectations. Embrace technology for service delivery and competitiveness. Attract, train, and retain personnel fit for assigned roles. Comply with regulations and internal policy. Implement and continuously improve our quality management system. By being a proud member of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria, Human Capital Providers Association of Nigeria, and the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, SOL remains at the forefront of industry policies and developments. Membership in these associations signifies our dedication to professionalism, ethical practices, and continuous improvement. Join us on this transformative journey. Empower your dreams with SOL.
Mrs. Oche is a 39-year-old fashion entrepreneur whose store is located in the heart of Ikeja, Lagos. Interestingly, she lives on the island. As a mother of 3, living with her aging mother-in-law and does school runs, she drives to and fro work with these thoughts running through her mind in the heat of the well-known busy and traffic-filled Lagos roads. I'm sure you wonder why a woman at that height of her career still bothers about caregiving and nanny duties. Mrs. Oche had had it with the hectic processes of regularly hiring and losing domestic helps that she resorted to doing this with her significant other. One day, Jimmy, who is her marketer, visited her head store only to meet the very tired business owner. Having heard her story, he proffered the SOL domestic staff service to her.
Have you heard about SOL domestic staff services? You should try them.
Which one is SOL domestic staff service again? Getting domestic help shouldn't be that formal now.
Well, getting domestic help should not be that hectic. That's why the SOL Domestic Staff Services is designed to cater to the needs of individuals and households, providing reliable and skilled domestic staff members to assist with various household tasks, from recruitment, management, to payment of domestic staff like chauffeurs, drivers, nannies. SOL got you covered. Log on to our website www.solnigeria.com to contact us. We are just a message away. SOL, where your peace of mind is guaranteed.
I want to extend our greatest appreciation for your time and effort for today. So today we have been challenged. Not only have we been challenged, we've been given the wings to fly. Because solutions have come out, innovation has come out. Blueprints of what has worked in other places have been played in front of us. Now it is for us to use this information to advance not only the association, but for each and every one as business owners. One of the panelists said sometimes, maybe because we're in it, we don't even see the magnitude of the opportunities that are before us. And yes, it is a very, volatile period that we're going through. But I think if we just draw on the knowledge that within challenges situations, for those who are ready to be innovative, opportunities are under our noses. So do not be discouraged. In fact, be highly encouraged about the opportunities that we can face as outsourcing providers and outsourcing professionals. Let us lead the way in how professionalism should be done. Cooperate with each one of us for an outstanding outsourcing industry within Nigeria that will become, the story or the case study to be made by other nations. I look to a time when on panels across different countries, rather than them saying or referring to India as the outsourcing blueprint, it should be Nigeria. Because Nigerians, wherever we find ourselves, we have that dexterity to find the best solutions. So within our association, let us lead the way. Let us learn how to put our best foot forward, both to our clienteles, in the handshake with government, and with the handshake with each and every one of us. So today, don't go away just taking the learnings and sitting on it. But let's all promise ourselves to be doers rather than listeners in the outsourcing industry. So today, I extend my thanks again to each and every one of you. I appreciate each and every one of you for your time, your contributions. And for that, we look forward to the next event that the Aopn will be housing, which is our stakeholder event. As you can see, we're moving away from an enclosed situation into bringing in stakeholders within the whole value chain. The stakeholder event happens in the last quarter of each year, and this is scheduled to take place in November. Save that date. We will be extending the specific day and time when that would happen, and we look forward to receiving each and every one of you and even a bigger membership on that day. So on behalf of the board, I then say a very good appreciation. I would like to welcome to the stage the chair lady of the committee, Puana, to also give a very warm appreciation on behalf of the committee members. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I believe you have heard too many voices, and it's about time. That time, yeah? But I want to thank you for even granting me the opportunity to say a few words to you on behalf of every member of the committee. And why I say this, can please, all the members of this planning committee, please come forward. Please come forward. I don't need to say it twice. Please. Thank you very much. Every member of the planning committee, please come forward. with the support of these wonderful men and women from different companies here, we've been able to pull this off. While we heard so much about collaboration, there was a mini collaboration, always a mini collaboration going on in Aopn, because we come together. We don't see ourselves really as competitors. We see ourselves as partners. And so for that simple reason, it's so easy for us to come together and to be able to do things together this good. So I want to thank each and every one of them. Like Mr. Oriade, he has already been anointed to take over the next one, so I'm rested. But he supported me. He was deputy to me, and like I told him, I said we want more men like him, because he was so supportive and didn't count it as anything that he had a female as his leader. And I thank Chizoba, wow, like on point, Folake, Abike, Tonye, wonderful people. Please just come further here so that they can just take pictures once and for all so that everybody can go. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Outsource, RIL, Workforce, HR Index, Research, Canada, ICS, VLA, Breeze, Seamless HR, Faulkner. Wow, like wonderful people. Strategic outsourcing, Typebeats, Excel, outsourcing. Wow, I'm almost missing some. Dexnova, I can't forget that. Thank you so much, everybody. Philips Outsourcing, how dare I? Thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much. Come here.
Thank you very much. A round of applause as the members of the planning committee comes down the stage. Without them, we would not be here today. So a round of applause for them. So I'd also like to announce that there will be an event later on in the year, the International Conference and Investiture of Courier and Logistic Management Institute. It will be happening on the 14th of November 2024 at Oriental Hotel, Victoria Island. The topic to be discussed is unlocking economic potentials and fostering nation building through logistic solutions. If this sounds like something you would like to be involved in, something you would like to be engaged in, please meet with any member of the planning committee for more information. You have seen them up on stage. I'm sure you'll be able to recognize them. Once again, a round of applause to everyone. A round of applause for the planning committee. A round of applause for Aopn. A round of applause for yourselves. I don't think you love yourselves as much. A round of applause for yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this very amazing, insightful session. We'll be leaving you to network. I know there are a lot of conversations you want to have. We're not just going to leave you to network on an empty stomach. I know that you had breakfast, and I'm sure the breakfast will be long gone out of your system. I'd like to announce that lunch is ready, and you'll be able to have lunch shortly. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for giving me your listening ears. My name is Uche Ogulu. It was my privilege to be your host for today. Thank you, and see you at the next Expo.
In a world where opportunities and talents dance in harmony, there exists a bridge that connects them seamlessly. Meet Strategic Outsourcing Limited, your partner in strategic outsourcing. Who are we? We are not just an outsourcing firm. We're architects of opportunity. SOL is your premier employment agency and HR solutions provider, transforming the world of work one connection at a time. Our services are managed staff services. Empower your organization by outsourcing staffing needs. Let SOL streamline your processes and boost efficiency. Recruitment services. Save time and resources with our expert team guiding you to the perfect candidates. For our temporary staff services, flexibility is key. SOL adapts to your short-term or seasonal demands. Payroll management services. Efficiency is our forte. Ensure accurate and timely payroll processes with SOL. Corporate regulatory services. Navigate the complex world of regulations effortlessly with SOL by your side. But we are not just about services. We're about empowering dreams. Our mission: empower our youth for a promising start in life. Our vision: be the place where dreams transform into reality. Our core values: empathy, honesty, and respect. With offices in 11 cities across Nigeria, including Lagos, Abuja, Jos, Kaduna, Sokoto, Kano, Ibadan, Asaba, Owerri, Benin, and Port Harcourt. Our corporate policy statement is the backbone of our commitment to excellence. We provide quality personnel that exceed expectations. Embrace technology for service delivery and competitiveness. Attract, train, and retain personnel fit for assigned roles. Comply with regulations and internal policy. Implement and continuously improve our quality management system. By being a proud member of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria, Human Capital Providers Association of Nigeria, and the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, SOL remains at the forefront of industry policies and developments. Membership in these associations signifies our dedication to professionalism, ethical practices, and continuous improvement. Join us on this transformative journey. Empower your dreams with SOL.
Mrs. Oche is a 39-year-old fashion entrepreneur whose store is located in the heart of Ikeja, Lagos. Interestingly, she lives on the island. As a mother of 3, living with her aging mother-in-law and does school runs, she drives to and fro work with these thoughts running through her mind in the heat of the well-known busy and traffic-filled Lagos roads. I'm sure you wonder why a woman at that height of her career still bothers about caregiving and nanny duties. Mrs. Oche had had it with the hectic processes of regularly hiring and losing domestic helps that she resorted to doing this with her significant other. One day, Jimmy, who is her marketer, visited her head store only to meet the very tired business owner. Having heard her story, he proffered the SOL domestic staff service to her.
Have you heard about SOL domestic staff services? You should try them.
Which one is SOL domestic staff service again? Getting domestic help shouldn't be that formal now.
Well, getting domestic help should not be that hectic. That's why the SOL Domestic Staff Services is designed to cater to the needs of individuals and households, providing reliable and skilled domestic staff members to assist with various household tasks, from recruitment, management to payment of domestic staff like chauffeurs, drivers, nannies. SOL got you covered. Log on to our website www.solnigeria.com to contact us. We are just a message away. SOL, where your peace of mind is guaranteed.